So this together, in my understanding, and this measurement is for targets. These measurements are for your market expectations. Measurements can be against a particular benchmark of competition. So you're really measuring multiple things here, not only the results. Okay, so that's the point I'm trying to make. In the past, or rather majority of us even today, rely heavily on what we call the annual plans. And you start off this whole cycle at the end of previous year, and you look at yourself in the mirror at the end of the year and say what went right, what went wrong. And the annual cycles kind of continue. So it's maybe tradition, it's maybe habit, I don't know, but the annual thing is kind of stuck in our heads. Appraisals are annual, target setting is annual, goal setting is annual, maybe driven because of the financial nature of tax filing and others. And because the financial accounting closes and every year, uh, rest of the functions kind of follow suit, which may not necessarily be needed, but that's what it is, right? So this is, in my head, the marketing plan. So just to be clear on what we think is the marketing plan together, I am going to stay with this definition in my head right now to take you to the next slides. So this was my part one, which is marketing plan. Now let's talk about the uncertain times. And uncertain times, this is a very current picture. I don't know whether you have seen this. I just picked it up off the net. So somebody searched during these dash times as a fill in the blank on Google from 1st of March 2020. And you do get the keywords which are jumping around everywhere is uncertain, challenging, difficult, which may be true because of the COVID situation. Even the news anchors, so these are all the media guys who have been using these words, and with what frequency. So you see a lot of weightage to the uncertain, difficult, and challenging times. But I want to make a departure here. It is not really just the pandemic which has created the uncertain times. They were there. And the degree of uncertainty has definitely increased because of the pandemic. But I think the telltale signs of uncertainty were always lurking around. It just got accelerated because of the pandemic situation. And let me also define in a way what these uncertain times are in my head for this particular discussion. So remember the marketing plan. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and see what can change and what can change fast in each of these steps. So let's say the purpose itself. There are many examples now where people are rediscovering their businesses. Whatever they were doing just doesn't plain work. The current in vogue phrase is pivot or perish. You reinvent yourself, you find out what you want to do. But this is really in the first box, which is purpose, and really difficult to do. It's not easy task to do. It's easier said than done. People and businesses have vanished. So because of the accelerated nature of COVID, many of these questions on stable businesses have propped up. And this is what can change in an uncertain time. You may need to redefine your purpose, or you may need to redefine your business itself. The second part is on the targets. And this definitely changes because suddenly uh, shops are closed, you can't sell, you need to revisit your goals. It's a changing goalpost for almost all of us in the corporate world now. And even from education institutes, your targets are changing. Your exam dates are moving around, your class dates are moving around. So whatever you were doing is changing. And I would call this, the goalposts kind of keep shifting and moving, and we need to adjust our direction or our adaptability to that, depending on where the goalpost kind of uh, lives. The third box is in terms of segments. You suddenly discover there are new takers for your products which earlier did not exist, and vice versa. People you really believe to be loyal to you suddenly stop buying services or products from you. And then what do you do in such situations? Messaging and media vehicles. This is again ubiquitous. If the point of sale disappears, then your customer is not disappearing. Your customer stays there, but now the place where you're going to reach him changes. So you got to adapt your messaging, your media vehicles, your carriers of that message to the existing circumstances, right? So, and not to miss, obviously, every day there are new media vehicles getting generated, or people using actually something which was not considered to be a media vehicle, start using them as a media vehicle. And that's an interesting phenomena which is happening with everybody. Trucks, as a case in point, I can tell you, uh, have not been used as advertising media. Uh, some of them local, urban, but now I see quite a bit of larger trucks also getting used for advertising for special category of product lines. So people are thinking about how to use what is available, not necessarily as a traditional media, but also um, as the other things which are happening around them. And wherever they find that the customer can have possibly a view or look at your message, that is the place to display your message. And last but not the least, this is really, really changing fast. And I admit that at least my generation has been fairly caught off guard on catching on the data-driven measurement matrix, and almost everything you do now can be measured. Obviously, in the digital world, it was anyway getting measured, but even the ones which are physical now are interfacing with the digital world, and we get a lot of indirect measurement, but they are good enough. So when I write here, hope versus data driven, when I started my career, when you made an annual plan, you were actually hoping that some of these targets go through, and then you measure at the end of the year what went right, what went wrong. It was more a post-mortem of things than really measurements. Measurements were there, but you were measuring it to find what went wrong and looking in the rear view mirror. Today, we get the data on the fly, and you have to adjust course on the fly. So when I say uncertain times, which I talked about earlier, every box of the marketing plan is getting affected, and that's the point I want to communicate. So it's not really only the sales side of it. Every box in throughout the life cycle of a marketing plan is potentially getting impacted by the uncertain time. But why do we have this uncertainty? And I am actually, this is where I mentioned earlier, I'm kind of going to um, digress a bit from the pandemic here. This is not new. We were doing things were changing earlier, but the pace and the speed of it was slower, right? And also the scale of change. moved from one region to another. Some things happened first in the US, or some things first happened in India, and then they got somewhere else. So there was both the speed of things happening in one place and then getting transferred to the other place were fairly slow. And you look at this box, which I again picked up from the net, some of the things which my generation was quite comfortable with are already gone. They no longer exist. Uh, the things which are still lying around in my house, like the CDs, I just don't know what to do with them. They are going, but it took time. When this telephone disappeared, it took a very very long time for it to go off. The floppy disks, my kids today do not know why the save button on any of the Microsoft has that icon, because they have never seen this in their life. And so the time part has really shrunk. And as you come here towards the new one, these are also doomed, which you are currently using. So a remote control is quite a ubiquitous thing in a house today. But we all know that this is going to go the way we are now giving voice commands and using. So the point is both the scale and speed, even if it was not a pandemic, are going to change things very, very rapidly. And so I will take that analogy of uncertain times even without the pandemic. Third point I would like to put is on automation. There is a lot of things which, and this is not again new. Convenience was always part of marketing strive. We always thought that when you can sell convenience, you can value it and you can extract a better price. Automation and easier automation is making that value come alive even faster. And it is now easier to automate multiple things, like the Alexas and Google Assistants of the world. Things are getting connected and automated pretty fast. So that changes the uncertainty. This is the people part of it, wherein my parents would have been really struggling to adopt to a new technology, and nor did they want to. My generation wants to, sometimes struggles, sometimes takes it easy. But people who are born with this around them see it as a natural part. So the speeds here were a problem because of the attitudes and adoption levels also. But people have taken it for granted that a new thing comes up now, it gets quickly absorbed. So technology is no longer a taboo. So the uncertainty is here to stay, irrespective of whether we ride over the pandemic and how fast we ride over the pandemic. So that's my point in terms of we are also evolving along with the technology. And we have learned now to adapt much faster. So the people element of adopting things in a certain uncertain time has changed. I would have given a consideration to a person born in the 60s and 70s in his adoption capability, but he is forced to change to the way the new generation looks at things. So just to recap, the marketing plan, those 4 boxes, and uncertainty. These are the 2 pieces of the puzzle which are now going together. So what is going to, how do we, I come to my third part, which is probably the main part of the discussion, in how do you adapt? And what have we done so far in our own company? And what have some of the other industry folks done to adapt to the uncertainty? And I'm going to use the analogy of tacking in the wind for a sail. It's a fairly hackneyed use, but I think it's pretty appropriate because the goals don't change. You want to move forward. The winds keep changing. So the only thing you can adjust, obviously, is your sails. to get to the place where you want to be. And that is the analogy which I will continue to use. I'm getting an echo. Anybody else getting?
I can hear. I think it's okay. I think.
Yeah, it's okay now. Okay, so the analogy I'm going to use hereafter is stacking into the wind of uncertainty, and adjusting the sales is the key to staying afloat, obviously, and also going towards the right target or the goal which you have set for yourself. Somebody has closed my presentation, so I should I share it again because somebody else took the control of PPT? Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you are
Yeah, the presentation went off. I don't know. Somebody else took control of the presentation. So this is where we were on the marketing plan at the beginning. Because of the uncertainty, uh, just at a conceptual level, what is really happening is this. We are forced to take smaller steps, make smaller plans. That one big annual arrow of a plan doesn't necessarily work because the winds change, because you have to change direction, because you have to keep moving forward, whether you take smaller steps or some bigger programs. And because of the changing nature, some of them don't work at all. And those are the red ones which are taking you back. They said there are setbacks which happen and you have to take it in your own stride. Not everything works. So the whole annual program or annual marketing plan piece has now changed or metamorphosized into much smaller um, pieces of marketing plan. And this feedback loop, which used to work on an annual level, has started becoming much more frequent occurrence. This feedback loop fits for every small program you do, right? So at the beginning, imagine at the beginning of the arrow is your marketing plan, and at the end of the tip, you are actually doing the measurement and taking a feedback loop and building the next plan based on that. This is the biggest change which is happening. Even the measurements for us nowadays, the monthly reviews have become critical. The quarterly reviews have started becoming critical, but we don't discuss, these two are learned for what went wrong for sure, but it has to create the smaller programs. So a lot of emphasis today on how do you pick quickly from the market, understand the customer, develop a program around it, run it for a short time, seek feedback, and get back into that loop. So that is what is happening across. And for the lack of anything else, and because it's an MBA class, I'm going to use some of the old concepts to probably highlight the actions which we have done, and the tactics which some of the industries and especially in tires which we are using today. Clearly, if you take the analogy of the sale, there are some known methodologies or known scientific ways of getting around um, this, depending on where you are. So two important things to learn from the analogy is to clearly know where you stand. So if you are here, then there are some guidelines to follow. If you are here, then there are some other guidelines to follow, right? So knowing where you stand becomes extremely critical to the next step which you are going to take. And these are the next steps which we all know, right? So same old livers, the same 4Ps, these are not going to change. The only thing which is changing is that we have to adapt for all of this fast enough. Most importantly, and this is what people usually forget, that we are dealing with people, both internal and external. And especially during uncertain times, people do not always behave rationally. Anyway, they don't behave rationally, but during uncertain times, they can be really, really irrational in your face. So you got to really feel for the other person, especially the customers are going through a lot of hustle in their life, and you need to adapt your 4Ps to that. And I'm going to take one P at a time to explain some of the things which we have done. So let's take the first one. And I like this one as an analogy for the product to change from sale. If the need has changed, if there were no waterways, how can I take my product and readjust it to something else which still makes sense and makes life easier for the customer to ride a bicycle? And that's a good analogy for sale to move to something else, where as a layperson, you would not probably think of this coming up as a adjacency. This is completely radical thought which somebody has already brought to life. But as a concept, product needs to adapt at multiple levels. And I've created you all know the life cycles, right? Product life cycles. So you have the green, which is showing the sales side, and while the bottom line is on the lower line. So at the beginning phases, you are really investing, hence the profits are in negative. Whereas when it starts on the growth and maturity stage, that's where you actually start making some money. And at the decline, you start another product life cycle, which will innovate or create a adjacency. You are all aware of these ones. So let's say you have a particular goal, growth, and you are hit with a change, like we are doing now. Your product is no longer selling the way it used to because of the current uncertainty. So what do? And you are tasked with either, so if your goal is growing, and I'll not go to the other two for the time being, just to illustrate a particular point on how we think within Yokohama right now, is I still want to grow. So what do? I have a portfolio to look after. And when I say portfolio, there are some products which are at initiation stage. There are some products which are at introduction, some here. So we have a portfolio across the life cycle, right? So there in Yokohama, we have, let's say for my SKUs, which I work on. And these 4,000 are at different stages on this life cycle curve. Now, what do? I want to grow, right? And my bottom line is getting hit. So what do I do to look at the same portfolio, which in normal times I would have looked at this part? We do ruthless prioritization. Okay, I don't want to make more losses, so we will only work with product introductions where the defined likelihood of success is very high, where the risk ratings are much higher that the failure can happen, we kind of push them back. We would take only the ones. So that's an adjustment to the introduction pipeline. In the growth phase, these are the ones which are really growing. People are wanting these products. This is where we start focusing on getting the consumption to increase, or the market shares to go up, or finding new customers. So this box, whichever products are in the growth box, we will start focusing on those. And the ones which are at the maturity level where you're going to make profit, these are then the incentivized pieces where we will push these. I'm purely talking from a P&L perspective on how the product portfolio is then reprioritized based on what goal you want to achieve. If my goal was to cut losses, then there are very obvious pieces one would do. This part is not going to give me money. This part is not going to give me money. So I get out of these two, focus on this. So one of the things we have done on some portfolio, for instance, we have limited capacities on a certain product. The product is here. We can only make 100 pieces. And I have some products which use the same machine which is here. So I stop this, allocate this capacity here, and hence I get more capacity. So this one, even if there will be some noises from the market saying, we promised that we will introduce the product earlier, but the need of the hour was to cut losses. So I will not really spend money here. And these are, again, as I said, the arrows are becoming smaller. So I may relook at this when situations change. And that situation change is not 1 year afterwards. I will look at it immediately next month. So the portfolio to look after keep changing. I'll give you another example. So today in the tire world, agriculture tires are actually booming. Food production, tractor sales are at their best ever. On the other hand, construction work has nosedived. Now, in our portfolio, we had both the construction product, like the JCB tires for JCBs or loaders and stuff like that, versus tractors. Now, what do? One segment is going down fast, the other segment is hungry. We had to adapt by changing our capacities to becoming more flexible. Our machines earlier were set for a particular product type. We no longer do that. We have invested in making the machines flexible enough so that they can take a construction product as well as an agriculture product. Today, it's a case of agriculture being in boom. Tomorrow, it may be reversed, right? So just as a case in point, flexible capacity became a need because of the uncertain time. I'll give you another example. China and Australia are not having great relationships on mining right now because of their large exports and whatever political reasons they may have. Suddenly, Australia decides that I'm not going to buy Chinese tires. And there is a huge demand coming up for a particular set of tires from one country. Now, in a tire industry, I don't know, you would not know, but the development cycle is almost 2 to 3 years. You cannot suddenly create a tire which works. But here is a case where you have an opportunity. Window is small and you need to make the most of it. So adopting an American mining tire to the Australian market was taken up in all zest. So we kind of preponed this point, even if the product was not really at the decline or something. It was a growing product in US. We take this and repurpose it for the Australian market. And believe me, it's not, let's say we wanted it to be 100% on performance. It is not. It is at 80% at performance, but it's a business call because your window of opportunity is now. And that's what was done. So you get an uncertain period because of political reasons, you cash in on that. Let's look at another example. So we realized that the tractor manufacturers are desperately looking for tires. Now I have a certain set of tires and Michelin has certain set of tires. Now I want to sell more than Michelin. How do I do that? I then flank them and I go quickly to the rim manufacturers and say, can we partner? We will give it as an assembly. They are not my competitors, but they are more than happy to come together. And together we pitch to the OE saying, hey, we will give you assemblies of tires and rim together, done in your plant. Suddenly, the value addition is not only happening only in the product. It is something different which is being done to tide over the current or to grab the biggest market share of the current growth coming from the tractor side, right? So again, never been done earlier, but thinking on your feet, which is outside the purview of what was being done earlier. The other part, which is also being done very fast, is this part, the decline. Sales guys hate marketeers on this one when they start killing products, because this product has lasted almost 5-7 years and nobody wants to kill it. Even if everybody in the company knows that it is on the decline, it's going to make less money, but ruthlessly prioritizing and killing products fast enough also helps on the bottom line. It also creates a pressure on the sales guy to take these two up while he was very easily selling the declining one. So some of these are more, practicable pieces on the product side. I talked of the change in segments which happened between agriculture and construction, the political equations creating uncertainty. There are cases where last year Trump had put 25% additional duty on the Chinese products, and some of our plants in China couldn't supply to US. Now what do? You find new markets for those going somewhere else. We have another door of opportunity opening up with free trades agreements happening between Israel and the Latin American countries. So we need to move certain machines to get things done there. All this happening at a breakneck speed. Never in the annual plan, but you need to course correct in between. Let's look at the place. So frankly, the end customer is not changing, but the route to reach the end customer is always evolving. Everybody working from home, the customer is at home. He is not going to the point of sale. So you need to reach him through a medium which is always handy to him. Mobiles became the chosen place to reach out for. And then we are all again bogged down by the SMSs. I don't know how many people look at the SMS anymore. But that was a overused tool to reach. It has become a spam there. Then came WhatsApp. Now WhatsApp groups are becoming a problem. There's so many groups on your phone, you really don't want them. People have started selling on them. So there is also an element of fatigue when you choose a particular channel to reach. But this is also a reality. You have to finally reach. This is what is happening. This, I am sure you would have learned in your college right now. So legacy, single channel. And I'm going to rely again on my tire experience right now. You have a tire shop. You go, if you want to change a tire, you go to this single channel where tires of multiple brands are available, and usually one brand is more predominant than the other in a particular shop. This is now changing to multi-channel. At the max two, and in a tire world, I can tell you that there are two. The shop is still there, and for a simple reason that somebody has to mount the tire. So there is a service associated with the tire. So it's, if it was just a product which could have come home, using multi-channel or omni-channel is relatively easier. But when there is a service involved, then that becomes more difficult. So currently the tire world is in a multi-channel environment where you can buy, but the service, you have to go to another channel, and each of them fairly independent to each other are working. The aspiration in the tire industry is actually to do this. I see some murmurs, and this is global phenomena now, where you can buy online, get it fitted on offline, uh, and vice versa. You can browse through in one shop, but buy at a shop closer to your house where the logistics cost is lower, so you can see anywhere and buy anywhere. That's the omni-channel piece, which is coming in. This is more. I doubt whether from a tire world perspective we will reach here very fast, but I can be wrong. Given the speed of change. Again, I have a biased opinion on the omni-channel, but the cross-channel seems to be getting into a very fast reality, which is buy online and get it fixed offline. But it requires a lot of working in terms of service providers. Look at the business model. The shop owner has an investment. He has a machinery. He has establishment costs. When you have a buy online, fit offline, what you need is a mobile vehicle where the equipment to fit the tires is on the vehicle. And I have already started seeing some of those experimental vehicles moving around. In pandemic, that was the situation. You couldn't go out. So what do? People actually carried tires on two-wheelers. We had cases at night, 12 o'clock at night, an ambulance who has to help people to hospitals. They have a flat tire. They want to change the tires. What do? And shops were closed. So people carried the tires from their warehouses on two-wheelers, got them fitted on the side. And that gave them an idea, hey, this can be done once, this can be done in an organized fashion much better. We have a lot of experimental mobile vans now running around trying to do it. But it's like a marketplace where you have to have people registered. You need to know the quality of service. This is a happening place in the tire world right now in terms of cross-channel. But the example I gave of the ambulance at night is real, and the adoption which our retailer did there also gave him an idea that he can pivot and create a mobile van for fitting it. So it's a mobile shop now, and he is actually after us to do an online sale for him so that he can fit and use his mobile van. The idea not coming from us, but coming from grounds up. This is the most interesting one from my perspective, and it's actually a very difficult one to enact. And usually when in a panic situation or a uncertain situation, marketeers will get into panic mode on price. Sales will put them under pressure, ask for discounts, and normally people will know only two ways to work with the price. It either goes up or it goes down. When it goes up, you know that the sales will get affected, and when it goes down, it is believed or it is hoped that the sales will go up, which is not necessarily true, right? So I actually found a very interesting article, and I will encourage all of you to look at that article in HBR. on managing pricing during uncertain times. And what I've uh, used is some of the examples from that article here. So what the author of that article was suggesting is that you got to be using pricing as a tool to really not use it as a lever only going up and down. There are many ways in which you can play with the pricing, and the driver has to be to retain value, because the uncertain times are uncertain, and it is a marketeer's job to retain value of your offering. If you see that the value is deteriorating for some other alternative, obviously you need to relook at your whole offering. But if there is no alternative around, then you need to really look at your pricing in a way that the value is retained, and assume that the good times will return whenever they return. Um, as a statement of fact, which is in that article, they say that any 1 rupee increase in the price uh, gives you almost 7 to 8% jump in the operating income, at least at the variable level, and that's a damn neat thing to have, especially in uncertain times. Uh, Giving 5% discount away is child's play for the sales guys, but they don't realize that giving a 1% price increase can actually bring you home 7 to 8% of the money. So let me throw at you some tactics. So one of the tactics on pricing is not really to uh, take the price as cost, cost plus, or giving a discount, but anchor it as a good, better, best. Um, so the airlines have done a good job of this kind of pricing, wherein they'll give you the bare minimum seat. They will take you from place A to B in an aircraft, and that's their good price. But then Indigo starts adding, let's say, if you want the seats with better leg room, you have X. If you want food, then you have Y, and then it starts becoming better. And then you obviously have the business class, which is the best. We are mentally anchored to uh, buy something which is usually in the middle. And if you are a student of behavioral economics, you will know that the middle is where people will tend to. So this is more like nudging people to really pick up the price which you want to sell them at. Starbucks does this with their best pricing on the middle cup, and you have a small and a large, and the middle one is the highest selling one. It is also the most profitable for them. So that's the good, better, best kind of piece. Um, there's another one, and this is a more an emotional string, which is the concept in that article said discount with dignity. You know that you need to discount in some cases. There's no other way that the customer who's coming in is, but you make him feel that the value for the product which he is consuming is still retained. So people are giving, let's say, discount to, um, uh, let's say, whoever is vaccinated, I'll give you 10%, right? The person buying that good actually gets a 10% discount, but in his head, he thinks that he's doing a good deed, and hence the value of that consumption, if once the pandemic is over, is still 10% higher when he goes to buy that. Typically, charity donations are used in this way, saying I every X rupee of whatever I buy, or every Y, if you buy from me, some portion of this will go to a charity. So you actually are retaining the value during the pandemic time. You're making the sale, you're giving it cheaper to the you're using the emotional string here. to help the person make that purchase, but your product benchmark remains at a higher level. The third is table minimum price, and I like this concept very much, very relevant in the current scheme of things. Restaurants not really working. Um, you have you have been asked to work only at 50% capacity. You have to cover your cost, right? If you have to cover your cost, I have to raise prices. A simple arithmetic on doing this. Now, anybody coming in my restaurant, you have earlier I had 20 tables to tend to. Now I can work with only 10. Now imagine in that 10, if you are going to get people who are going to sit around for just one cup of coffee versus people who are going to order a much heavier um, menu. I don't like those customers who are coming only for a cup of coffee, right? So what do? I want to still recoup my money. But what we do then is do a table minimum price, saying you get into this shop, your minimum order is X. You decide whatever you want to order. At least and you clearly tell them that this is a temporary phenomena because we are having only working at 10% of our 50% of our capacity. So a table minimum price, saying I will you sit on this table, $500 is what you get. So even if you want to order a coffee of 50 rupees, you are naturally weeding out those customers, and then you are going to utilize the 50% capacity to the best possible clientele which you are going to have. And then you work on people coming there mostly for food and not really for coffee. That's another part which we will cover when we come to the promotion side of it. What else can you do? Dynamic pricing. Given the nature of the uncertainty, I think travel industry is one of the best here, where they have trained all of us to not expect stable prices. We take it for granted in many other things where the prices will be stable, or you compare it to, oh, it was so cheap last time, or it has gone up so much over. But in a travel industry, hotel rates, your vacation destination rates keep on fluctuating. They trained you over the last 5-7 years that this industry, the pricing is going to get dynamic. You know that if it is a Christmas time, that the prices are going to be up. The product and the service you are consuming is the same, but the price you are going to pay is going to be different. So dynamic pricing, this one, though it's a lovely concept, may not be suitable for everything else. So if this is being chosen by your next door ice cream shop during pandemic, saying, hey, look, I have less number of customers, very few people walking into me. Today, you feel like having an ice cream, I'm going to jack it up by 50%. You'll remember that price. And you'll say, I will not come to you when things go. So not all industries this is applicable, but the travel industry is really a benchmark in terms of dynamic pricing to take care of uncertain times. And contextual pricing. This is the example here is more on. I'll take two examples. So in the US, Hyundai came up with. They did not drop. They did not give discounts. They just said that anybody who loses the job, um, who has bought a new car, can bring his car back. We will take it back. No questions asked. Money refunded. Now, everybody else who did not do it, people kind of postponed their decisions to purchase the car. Whoever could afford also postponed it. And that is the segment which Hyundai captured. Their sales actually went up by around 8%. By just giving that mental assurance. There were a few people who came back and gave their cars, who lost their jobs, but it was way lesser than the amount of cars they actually sold to people who could afford it. And they could do it in a window of uncertainty where job losses were going to be a reality when offices closed in the first wave. So contextual pricing really helped Hyundai in a way. The second example which I like from that article is, if he takes an example that you are in a place where uh, the nearest shop for you are in a garden and the nearest shop for buying an umbrella is far off, uh, and there is a vendor, street vendor who is selling umbrellas. It's bright and sunny. There is a price for the umbrella. But if it starts raining, then he can jack up the price of that umbrella because it is contextual. At that point, people will be willing to pay 50 or 100 rupees more to get that umbrella and not be wet, or weigh it against uh, the dash they will have to make for the shop nearby, it's still potentially getting you wet. So you got to be aware of what circumstances you are in, and if the context changes, then you should be able to take your price up, down, or sideways to retain the value. And this is being done right now by multiple companies, as I said, not only. And you got to know which tactic kind of works for you. Not everything will work for you in your industry, but cherry pick from the examples and apply, probably modify them to suit the industry. Coming to the last P of promotions, and this everybody right likes, or this is more visible from a marketing perspective. But what I would say is, in a gist, you talk right at the right time to the right people, and that's your promotion, especially for the uncertain time. Creativity is just one part of it. But if it is the right talk at the right time with the right people, if done creatively, brilliant. But even if you do the first three well, I think you will be there 80% of the time. The creative part of it helps in remembering what it was, helps in the brand recall, and so on and so forth. But we are talking of uncertain times to tide over. I think the first three of talking right at the right time and to the right people is extremely, extremely important. So in this, unlike the pricing where I jumped to tactic, I want to spend a couple of minutes to showcase that it is the process of reaching the communication which is also equally important. People get too much swayed on the creativity side than really the process. So in my opinion, at least my experience is that we should follow the process of efficiently communicating the value, which we talked of in the earlier slides. So what do you do? So we know that the point of sale is changing, but your customer is same, right? So you're taking analogy of not analogy, but in our tire market, if he cannot go to the tire shop, it's closed because of pandemic, the same customer is going to search for it online. So I need to find the customer. I can't wait at the point of sale. I was doing a lot of posters, let's say, at the point of sale earlier to communicate with the customer. But I can no longer do that. I need to be where he's going to find me. So my communication has shifted from posters or training the retailers set of people to actually going much online. I am going where the customer is going to find me. The digital world, yes, absolutely, especially today, and you can really find out. And this is good in terms of measurement again, because you know the profile of your target segment, which kind of media, which kind of sites, which kind of social media is being used by your target set of customers, and you then cater your message on to that. you also have to speak the language they understand. You can't really do a one-way communication like you were doing at the tire shop. If you are on Instagram, obviously whatever is popular and working on Insta with motion posters, for instance, are the in thing. Videos capture much more attention than a static picture. People don't like companies talking and bragging about themselves. It has to be made contextual. Something which is recent, has a recency effect, pick that up and then post your messages. So we have to speak the language of the customer there. And again, a lot of measures available here. Make it easy for people to locate you. They knew the shop near you was known because they crossed it every day. And they knew that there was a tire shop around the corner. But when you are online, you don't know. And hence, all your search engine optimizations, availability, when they start searching for you, you should be on the top of the list. That's very, very clear to be done. Another part which I have understood is people get desperate. You have a monthly target. Please discuss with your superiors, that the monthly targets need to be controlled. I can make it up in the next month because things are still uncertain. But don't be desperate in terms of dropping prices or aggregating unwanted orders which you will regret later, or orders which you have to fulfill at a much higher cost than what you have anticipated. And very, very important, the customer is going through a very different set of feelings during an uncertain time. He's anxious. He can have fear of missing out. They're just afraid their job will go, or some of them have guilty feeling, that I couldn't help. In the medical sector, we have quite a few of those examples. These feelings are real. They need to be understood, addressed through your communication. If you are not going to make a communication which addresses the customer's uncertain feelings during the uncertain time, you are not going to connect with the customer. So I feel the process of developing this communication is extremely important to get you to the right set of things. Plus to this, you add the creativity, and then you have a good tool on hand. What are some of the tactics? Obviously, the bundling one, I told of the RIM example there. Once it worked with one customer, we really picked that up, created a testimonial out of it, created a nice story around it, and took it to other OEs. It was a very good, what I will call a partner bundling story to be told. Once the first part was a success, communicating this to the other OEs became really important. You can do a lot of bundling with, remember the ones which were at the growing stage in the products, the one at the growth stage here. You can bundle lot of the declining ones or the mature ones to the growth ones, and that can be really helpful for as a tactic of promotion, because you want to sell a particular portfolio. This is some of this is very useful, but some of them may border on ethics. So artificial scarcities, availability. Design guys use it very well for promoting. You go to a tile shop, he will say, this design is available after 5 months, but these 5, I have in stock. And you will be nudged towards buying something on stock because you are working on a time. And that's really a tactic to just promote one over the other. The uniqueness of things. I see this usually in dresses, usually with my wife, or saris. They will convince her that this is the unique sari which is available and only 1 or 2 pieces are remaining, and then that one gets picked up over the other. When you do that for some industries where if you have a remdesivir scarcity, then you are going to have border on the ethics side of it. So you got to be very careful when you use availability, scarcity as a tactic to promote one over the other during uncertain times. This one works most of the time, especially for people who are on shoestring budgets. EMIs have been around now for a long time. More and more people who find that I can buy it now, but I would pay later. The sale usually happens. Immediate use merchandise, you can couple it with, uh, things which will be useful for people. When we gave electronic tire inflators with our tires, that was a huge success because people wanted it in their car. And not to search for other inflators in the market. So those kind of merchandise really became useful. Gamify the offer. It's very difficult in the uncertain times to get people involved in your category of products. Not all category of products are very involved. And how do you get them involved? So you can gamify certain offerings to get them involved, and then you can promote it well. Referrals, sure, short way. Coupons from your trusted partner. So if your friend tells you that the Yokohama tire is good, you believe him much faster than a company guy giving it to you. So referral coupons to your existing customers, they giving it to their friends and families. Again, a great tactic to get your products. And the feel good nudges. This is what I have already talked of in terms of charities or vaccination pieces. You anyway need to change a car tire, and if I say I'm going to donate part of this, somebody will get vaccinated on behalf of you, and I will let that person know, then I have an edge over somebody else who's not doing that. So these are some tactics which have been used during the pandemic time and are also being fairly used during the uncertain times. Last but not the least from my side is not to forget the people. It is always, if you want to have the sale in the right direction, you alone cannot do it. So together, you can all succeed. Never forget that the marketing individual is always going to need help from everybody, sales guys, support function, and everyone. So you can play with the tactics, you can play with the wind, but you got to do it together. Thank you very much. That's all I have open for. I think I exceeded my time. Did I?
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
No problem. Open for questions, any, or you want to rush into something else?
Okay, may I? Good morning, sir. This is Dr. Priyanka. So I always have this question, and I think this is the right time, and the best person to ask to. So, I've always felt that in an industry like tires, where perhaps the consumer doesn't understand or doesn't really, is not able to differentiate between the various tires, how do you make sure that you differentiate?
So, very good question. But before I joined the industry, 5 years back, I had similar thoughts. But nowadays, what people are doing is they reach out to the internet. More than 70% of the time, the differentiation or the understanding of the tire is already done. They actually walk into the shop only for fitting it. They have already zeroed down on one or two brands, saying either I will buy a Yokohama or I'll buy a Michelin, or one of the two, whichever is going to give me. Both are good. Wherever I get a better deal, I'll buy that. And to reach that, frankly, we make a lot of effort nowadays to make this content available both on our websites or also through industry experts who compare the tires and write blogs or even forums which are more trustworthy, like Team BHP. I don't know whether you know this. It's a popular forum for all automotive enthusiasts. And so we have now planted, so you go to my website, you get a comparison. You go to Team BHP, you will see people talking about, oh, which one is the best tire for Innova if I'm going for off-roading, and then there will be some people commenting about that. So you need to be there to help people to get that comparison done. And 70 to 80% of the time, this differentiator is already available on the net in one form or the other. People make up their mind and then come to the shop to select out of one or two of the brands which they have shortlisted. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Thank you so much.
So if there are no further questions, I'll be happy to answer. You can shoot out an email to me if somebody is looking for some insights. Thank you very much once again for having me.
I have your mail ID. I'll share it with the students.
Okay.
So I would very briefly like to offer a vote of thanks on behalf of the entire institute. Unfortunately, we cannot have you here on campus with us right now, but as soon as in group, I think we would really look forward to have you here with us. Like, the insights you shared, not only on the tires industry, but something beyond that, like on the 4 Ps, like as well as the tactics that we can use were extremely amazing. And I think explained that very lucidly, so the students really would have understood everything, I'm sure. One thing which perhaps I think was one of the best takeaways from the lecture was the way, I mean, your perspective on the word uncertainty. Right. So I think uncertainty is nothing new. It has always been around. So it is not that bad after all, because uncertainty is something that brings up new opportunities. So probably that is how we evolve, and that is how we develop new strategies. So thank you so much, Mr. Hamode, once again. It was a pleasure having you with us. Thank you for taking out your valuable time, and we would very soon like to have you on campus as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Priyanka. Bye-bye.
Bye, Harsh. I'll be in touch with you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Kamya, our next speaker is also there. She has already joined. So we
Okay,
can
sir.
see.
Okay. Now heading towards our next speaker of the day, I would ask Ikra to welcome our next guest speaker.
Yes, Kamya. Thank you. Ms. Sweta Gupta is our next speaker. So, thank you for an alumnus of Ferguson College, Pune, and Indian Business Academy, Bangalore. Ms. Gupta dabbled in consulting and event management for a year before joining Google in July 2007, where she has been for the past 40 years. From an AdWords representative to a senior account manager handling channel sales online partnership to her current position as a localization program manager based in Mountain View, California. Ms. Gupta has come a long way indeed. Along the way, she has acquired a wealth of experience in scaled innovation, program management, strategic leadership, operations, digital marketing, and execution at Google. In a present role, she is currently working as a portfolio lead for devices and services localization role with clear goals of supporting all international product launches across Google. Her other interests include Indo-Asian cookings, Indo-classical music, world politics, travel and learning, and she will be speaking to you on international product, innovation and strategy.
Thank you so much, Ikra, and I hope everybody is able to hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. I'll just take a minute before I do a formal introduction with all of you to kind of put the presentation and just screen share. And you will again need to let me know if you're able to see the presentation as well, okay? Give me 1 second. All right. Are you able to see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for that detailed introduction. I truly appreciate it. I am sitting somewhere 15,000 miles away from all of you. And it's currently 10:15 in the night. So if I do make some mistakes while speaking, please pardon me. Let me start by mentioning that it gives me immense pleasure to join you all for the symposium today. I was just listening to Mr. Harsha's presentation, and that made me feel more and more confident that there'll be a lot of interesting discussions and great takeaways for all of you through the day. My plan for today is to discuss with you all a little bit more on the digital evolution of products in emerging markets. To be completely honest with all of you, this was not exactly the topic that I had in mind when I was first approached. I started somewhere around internationalization to talk about what I am working on and principles around product strategy. But finally, I took the decision that digital evolution would be key to have a more forward-looking discussion while we are in such uncertain times, and especially where most of you might have already or will be entering into the world of business, entrepreneurship. And this is what I thought about last night, that I should just talk about strategy and how did the digital evolution happen over the last, but keeping that things have changed drastically over the last 1.5, 2 years, we will need to be thinking in a little bit of a different aspect. So the topic of this presentation would also change from just discussing evolution to also talking about transformation in this digitized world of products. I do want to make sure that you all know that I'm not going to discuss just one product. This is about how do we influence all the products and services that are currently available in today's world, and how are we able to move forward with, impacting them with digitized solutions. Before we get into any of it, I wanted to take a minute to talk a little bit about myself, though I have had a very, very great introduction, so I don't think that I need to stress on a lot of these things. But just to give you a quick background, I'm born and brought up in Jamshedpur, which is currently mentioned in the state of Jharkhand in India. I completed my bachelor's in electronics and did my MBA in Pune and Bangalore. I have currently been living in the Bay Area, California, in the US for the last 6 years. And there are so many Indians here that it can easily be called as the second home of a lot of the Indian community. And correctly mentioned, I have been working with Google's as of 30th July this month. I am actually going to complete 13 years with Google, and I've been a veteran over here. I worked for 8 years in Google Hyderabad, and then moved to the US to kind of continue my work with the Google US office team. Currently, before I came to my current team, I did a decade of sales and marketing, but currently I'm working as a localization portfolio lead for all of Google's hardware products. It's more popularly known as hardware products. I'm not sure if you have heard of all of the products, because there are a lot of products which haven't launched in India, but mostly the most common and the popular names that have gone around is Pixel, Nest, Stadia, products which are like devised through Google for the hardware platforms. just to give you, the term localization has not always synced with everyone. So I wanted to make sure that I give you a sneak preview into what exactly do I do. So a few of my colleagues actually put together this video, and I want to make sure that I give you a quick overview of what localization is actually meant when we talk about it within Google. So here we go.
More and more people are coming online across the world, and they need to be able to use technology from a language that they understand. And that's what localization is all about. And that's what localization concept is all about. In this course, we show you how localization works, from the tools that we use to the jobs that are available in the industry. Whether you're a translator, a project manager, or a developer, localization will be what's next.
Okay, perfect. So there is actually a course in Udacity for localization as well, and my team actually designed this quick video for an introduction to that course. But I thought that this was useful to just understand where am I coming from. But moving on to how the agenda for today is going to look like, though, I'm going to talk to you about next billion users and walk you through some of the trends that have been seen over the last 5 years. And how is this going to help with the digital evolution and making sure that we are unfolding the right strategies in the right path. And finally, we'll also talk a little bit about how has digital transformation changed in the COVID world. Each of the time, any time that you want and you feel like there is some concept or terminology which does not resonate with you, please note it down and we'll have a Q&A at the end of this presentation. Perfect. So moving on to the next slide, I would love to know if anybody can unmute and respond to this question. How do you define an emerging market? And please do not Google the response. If you do know, please let me know. What do you think? What would be the definition of an emerging market? No one? Okay, doesn't matter.
Something that is like picking up trend right now. Like these days, the electric cars like Tesla and the electric cars made by Tata Group are the new emerging markets in car industry.
Absolutely, that's a great analogy to use when we are looking at this. So thank you so much. Sorry, I didn't get your name. But thank you.
Ma'am, it's also
for
not
responding to that.
Developed.
So quickly to, sorry?
That market is not fully developed. It just started. We can also say that, right?
Yes, absolutely. That's why I said that the previous response that I received was an analogy to what I'm actually going to talk about. So emerging market is basically, it's an economy, it's the economy of a developing nation, which is not completely developed. And that is becoming more and more engaged with global markets as it grows. So like it was mentioned, we have emerging industries as well, such as the car industry, such as the automotive industry is moving more and more towards more environment-friendly cars, such as Tesla. So that's a great example for an emerging industry. But the emerging market that we are looking at is an economy of a developing nation. So some of the examples that I can think of is India. India is an emerging market, in one of the biggest emerging markets that has been present in today's world. Now, within Google, we have a concept called next billion users. So what does it mean when we say next billion users? Now, you will hear me throughout the presentation use this terminology called NBU. Okay, and remember this, because I don't think that I'm going to keep saying next billion users. So what do we mean by next billion users? So next billion users are the next wave of internet users who are coming online from emerging markets. Now, an average user is mobile only, and most of the times is only present on a low-end device under data constraints, low digital confidence, and often low overall literacy. Now, Google's hope is to make sure that we are provisioning with a lot of digital intellect for all of these next wave of internet users who are going to come online. We've also noticed the trend that most of these users are in the younger generation, like the age groups that we are seeming to see are younger and curious people, and who are able to learn in more of a community-based environment. So today what I'm going to do is not focus on all of the emerging markets that are currently present in the world. You'll be surprised to know that today's world has approximately 170 emerging countries, emerging markets which sit in 170 countries. So emerging markets is the new thing nowadays, but I'm only going to focus on a few countries which will be based on what Google has been focusing on in terms of growth. So now when you look at this, this picture over here, this actually tells you, shows the color codes of where do you see a lot of opportunities in terms of growth, and then where are some areas where there will be plenty of opportunities, but there are a lot of risks involved in times of growth as well. This is across the world. Now, what Google is trying to do over here is trying to have a more micro look and only focus on certain sets of these emerging markets. These are the prime markets that have been identified for growth. Now, of the many markets, we have identified these markets as the next billion users and the latest generation of internet users to come online from these countries, such as Indonesia, Thailand, India, Ghana, and Brazil and Mexico. Now, what are the kind of trends that we have been noticing in these countries? So this is a really excellent landscape that was released this year, early this year. And the data was collected for the last 5 years to just understand that how has internet become more accessible and democratic than it was in 2015. So if you look at this trend and these data points, you will be able to see that how some of these emerging markets, and I'm just taking some examples over here, something like Brazil or Mexico or Egypt or Vietnam, if you see the jump in the internet penetration, it is huge. Like, this is the kind of aggressive growth that we have seen only in the last 5 years and not before that. But also, along with this, the other thing that is happening right now is the decline in the selling price of the smartphones. Now, internet, like I mentioned, internet is mostly becoming accessible in these emerging markets through mobile phones only, right? So mobile phones are becoming more and more accessible to people because their selling price is reducing. So you will be able to see that in 2018 and 2019, we saw a decline in terms of the monthly price that is required for in terms of the data prices as well. In fact, one of the most interesting things that I've seen until now is that India provides the cheapest mobile data in the world, which is amazing, because currently we have so many countries which are lined up as growing internet penetration countries, but India has been the most cost-effective country as well. amongst all of this information, one of the things that actually stuck with me is knowing that the digital
Hello. I'm audible?
Yeah.
Hmm. She was logged out. She's rejoining the meeting. She got logged out for some reason. Just wait for 2 minutes. She's leaving now. Please.
Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry for the disruption. Something made me my laptop just shut down. So I might just need one of you to please reconfirm if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Perfect. So I will just move forward over here and move on to talking about. All right. So looking at this information, what we also realized that the proportion of I'm sorry, I'm just moving on to the next slide. What we also realized is that the proportion of people who are not native speakers are not English speakers and are native speakers is such a high percentage in these emerging markets, which has led us to believe that there are 3 V's which will be required for internet penetration. So what are those 3 V's? Voice trends, video trends, and vernacular trends. The proportion of non-English speakers using the internet has reached 3/4 of the global total. And that's where our job, my actual job at Google, comes into picture, where we localize a lot of content to local languages to make it accessible to people. It's easy to think that of the ability to talk to your phone as just a matter of convenience, as a way of getting information while you're driving or cooking. But for many new internet users, voice isn't just helpful, it's critical. It just means that people who are coming online with a low literacy level is becoming more and more self-sufficient without help from others. It simplifies the way we interact with the device, given the complexity of typing in scripted languages. It is such an interesting trend when you see this number, but I'll start over here actually on the right. Only 25.9% of internet users are native English speakers. The rest of the 75% of the people speak in other languages. Now that's such a huge market to capture, right? In addition to that, the other things that we have realized is the voice trends, right? I mean, how important is voice search? Voice search was released, introduced in less than 3 months, 3 years back. And when we look at voice search, what we are able to see is that in this limited amount of time, voice search is already catching up with doing a regular Google search, right? So these are the things that are trending most when we come to look at these emerging markets and these new users who are joining the internet. Now, the way I would summarize this slide and the previous slide that we looked at is that the growing adoption for internet into data constrained and low literacy countries, as well as all of this already, it is very, very important for us to make sure that the new users are able to adapt to the world of internet. And why is this so important when we are there in today's world? The reason why this is so important today is post-COVID, we have realized that digital transformation is the key to moving forward. If we don't have essentials and non-essentials in many parts of this world available through digitization, it will become difficult to adapt to the world of internet in an accelerated way. So moving on to the next slide, where we are going to now talk about the actual digital evolution and unfolding the strategy. Now, my goal is to walk you through a key step behind digital evolution, working our way through a digital strategy. As I had mentioned, I'm not going to focus on one product. If I did that, it would have made things way easier. As you all move forward into through your educational ladder, obviously, I don't see all of you working with just one product. The goal is to provide you with a framework which will help you evaluate the products and services or industry you end up working with. And some of these questions, templates, examples might be able to help you, offer you information and help model your digital strategy in these times. This digital strategy has not been designed post-COVID, but we have seen these drivers of economy impact a lot of businesses which are trying to thrive in the post-COVID environment, right? So moving forward, where do we start? Now, when we look at digital product strategy, there are four. This is a little bit, I would say, this is not 100%. This is something that I would have love to do,
It's a quite big company.
in my current, during my marketing course that I have done. But I feel that this actually holds really, really well even today. Digital product strategy is kind of driven by four key elements: innovation, go-to-market excellence, operational efficiency, and business models. Now, before we get into each of these drivers, let's start by actually looking at the right questions. Does digital technology change the businesses you should be in? Now, these are the questions that should be thought about when you're working with a team, and these are the things that should be thought about when you are trying to build yourself a new digital strategy, or even reinvent the wheel and trying to match up with what is required in today's world. So these are some very, very critical questions to kind of ask. How could digital technology improve the way you add value to the businesses you are in? Does digital technology affect the value proposition to your target customer? Now, once you have answered these questions, there are a few other things that can be kept in mind. And I have not mentioned that on this slide specifically, but I think it's very key to know. I read a paper that had been written by McKinsey and company to kind of talk about creating a digital strategy and what are some of the key prime elements that can be looked into when we think about the starting point of creating a digital strategy. So first is working with an influential leader. Now, when I say influential leader, that does not mean that you have to work with the CEO of a company or work with a business officer or a CEO of a company. No. Choosing or working with a leader means that before you start designing a digital strategy, you should be working with a person who is able to influence and match the scope of the digital strategy. This person could be a peer, this could be a coach who you could work with, but this is always helpful because you'll always have to go back and redo a lot of work based on the feedback that you receive or discuss with a leader. The second thing that comes to mind is taking a measured approach. Digital strategy often incorporates a process of assessing whether new technology will really complement or grow the current business. If the fear is that the company is already behind on digital, it can be tempting to rush into a project without looking at how it fits your current strategy. So taking a measured approach would actually help in not wasting resources on initiatives that don't align with the business's needs and priorities. The third fact that comes into question is whether you should go with the attack mode versus a defend mode. Now, it sounds a little bit more of a dramatic statement, but companies very well categorize their potential threats or opportunity in digital business and then compare these against their own purpose. This should definitely happen. If you are not looking at the potential threats, the risks, and the opportunities very closely, there is no way you will be able to understand that when you are starting a new initiative, whether you need to take a proactive approach or do you need to sit back and take a defensive approach based on the competition that you see in the market. And the last point is future-proof. The goal of digital transformation is to create an appropriate foundation for digital business, which means that every organization to thrive in today's world needs to reinvent itself to keep up with the changes of technology and customer expectations. So the digital strategy that is being built should be visionary enough to carry companies through changes in economy or even customer expectations. Like today, we might be able to step into different kinds of grocery stores and cinema, movie theaters. The expectation that the audience stepping into any of these places has in today's world would be very different than what they would have had 25 years back, right? So this is again that the digital strategy has to be visionary, has to be futuristic. Amongst everything else, one thing that is very important is to have data packs ready. Make sure that there is enough historical data that is being analyzed and read as a new or like reinventing, if you're reinventing the digital strategy. Now, let me go into talking about each of these drivers individually. I'm calling them the digital evolution drivers, right? So let's start with business models. Now, when we talk about business models, there are a few key things that should be kept in mind. Setting a clear vision of what your long-term business goals are and how you're going to achieve them. Now, set a clear vision of what your long-term goals are, and then have a laser focus on objectives and strategy. Keep this in mind that having a long-term strategy, strategic vision is always critical, because many a times you will have to go back and realign yourself with this long-term vision. There might be so many roadblocks, so many changes that can happen in a company that can divert you from what is the actual vision, or what is the 5-year strategy or a 3-year strategy that I'm working with. Your company vision, the company vision, needs to be aligned with what is the thought process that that will kind of continue in the company. There has to be one thing and one value that needs to be carried across the overall company. The second thing is have a clear framework for change. Like we discussed previously, once you've set a vision, you need to have a more actionable long-term plan, but you need to be also able to deliver to change, have a framework for delivering change. Execution should be measured and tracked centrally so that you can follow the performance of your digital transformation. There needs to be stakeholder-focused metrics, deliverables, and collective responsibility in the senior executive place. So it is very, very important that metrics are being measured. If things are being changed, you should have a project plan. You should be always able to keep your mindset to keep track of what is happening on a day-to-day basis as well. And then third thing is to find out how digitally enabled your business is right now, right? I mean, it's not necessary that every business is going to be as digitally enabled. This can help you gain clarity on how big your task is ahead. Many a times when we build the strategy, we are just thinking of what we want to do in the future. People are not looking back. So this is our opportunity to actually make sure that we are also looking back and looking at what are the asset types, what are the things, how will we evaluate our company in terms of, what is the current position, what has been the past position, and what more can be needed to kind of provide a very strong business model. And finally, digital marketing assessment becomes key to driving footfalls. Now, here is something that I have put over here. This is a business model canvas. This is a template. It's a planning tool that is used by a lot of folks around the industry. Now, this is not something written in stone which says that, oh, this is the best business model template. This is just one of the many, many templates that can be used as an executive summary for your business plan. The reason why I selected this one is because it kind of captures all of those key questions, answers that would be needed for you to devise a very, very strong digital strategy. So if I have to think of it from today's world point of view, the kind of key activities, the resources, the customer segments that we are trying to kind of impact will all change over a period of time. So that's one of the reasons why I stated that it is very, very important that we keep updating our business model and adding all of these information on an ongoing basis as part of this overall business plan, right? So feel free to utilize this. And then moving forward from here, it is the next one is the digital evolutions driver. Now, the second part of it is operational efficiency. Now, operational efficiency can be achieved through a variety of elements. This is something such as developing more short-term and flexible business strategies using half-year or annual growth plans, right? So, like it is very important to very important to have annual growth plans and have 5-year strategies. It is also very important to have short-term plans and flexible business strategies, right? Along with this, it matters a lot that you have efficient supply chain that is set up through technology and local partnership. This is something that runs key because many a times businesses are not able to thrive because they don't have enough local partnerships to kind of help them through adoption of, let's say, adoption of technology, or even trying out new automation techniques, which might not thrive just by themselves, but requires a lot more of testing and requires a lot more of research, which can be provisioned through these local partnerships. And then finally, optimizing footprint by reevaluating manufacturing presence. So the companies, most of the companies that I've looked at, and we used to discuss this during our MBA days, that we should be looking at low-cost labor and cost-saving techniques. Those are the focus areas that most companies should have. But times are changing. In today's time, what is more important alongside low-cost labor is improving productivity through technology enhancements and automation, which is why we need to make sure that at the time of trying to market our product or business, we need to be efficient enough, not just by doing so or engaging in low-cost customer support, but also engaging in marketing tactics, which might be driven through automation or by pop-ups on a phone or by social media. So there are multiple ways of now managing footprint, but most importantly, it is very, very important for us to make sure that we are that we are optimizing the value around improving productivity. And the final thing is optimizing footprint by reevaluating manufacturing presence. So we need to just make sure that we keep looking back and look at the emerging countries as new opportunities for driving footprint for our businesses. A great example, so I'm not going to walk you through the video that I've attached here. I can make sure that this is shared with you, but a great example that I thought which works with this, with operational efficiency, is something that Akanksha Hazari Erickson did with her startup called M.Pani in India. Now, what she did was that there are approximately 60 million family-owned local businesses in India, and 90% of that business is driven by retail today. So what she did was that she actually was able to digitize and help use technology to provide a solution for these retail businesses so that they are able to compete with these e-commerce companies, which are now driving a whole lot of revenue. And by doing so, now she has been able to support 341 startup founders in India. And she has also been represented across different forums. Now, the way she was able to do this is kind of having more local partnerships. And when you read the story, you will read more about it. But one of the key facts is that on a day-to-day basis, you need to have more flexible business strategies to kind of boost these local businesses, which is such a big need in today's world. Innovation. Now, innovation and strategy are the two most used terms that I know of in today's world. But innovation is not only critical from a new product development part. Innovation is also very, very important to find in terms of finding innovative ways in reaching out to untapped markets. and those products or process improvements that might even work in developed world. So like we said, innovation is not just about building a new product, but it is also about finding ways to reach people who sit in these unexplored markets. The second part is adopting a continuous stepwise approach to innovation. Now, it is very, very important that we are focused on not only innovating at one time, but it should be a constant process, a continuous process of innovation. You just don't stop. You just don't build a new product, or you just don't find one new country, and you stop there. It's a continuous process of innovation that needs to be kept in mind. The third point is designing localized products. So through the presentation, you've heard me say that there's at least 75% of the world today, their first language is not English. So designing products which appeal to local markets is such an important thing for emerging market consumer. One of the examples that I could think of which fits with this is voice search with Google. Now, Google voice search has actually helped in changing the preferences of internet users around the emerging market amongst many internet users. Voice is not just helpful, and it's critical, right? Because there are people who will not be able to actually type on a phone. So we had to be inventive as a company. Google had to be inventive and think that what is the other thing that we can do? So voice search is not a new thing. Voice search was actually introduced at least a decade back. But why has it become critical now? It has become critical now because now we are actually taking voice search to the next level into emerging markets, plus in local languages. So people do not need to actually just worry about doing voice searches in English, because not everybody knows English. So these are the kind of innovation. It's a continuous stage of innovation that needs to happen. And this is definitely one of the key drivers of digital evolution. And finally, go-to-market excellence. Now, go-to-market capabilities that are regularly reviewed and adapted enable a company to keep up with the evolving consumer trends and maturing business environments in these markets. So this might include new technologies, new sales channels, new social sector units, new public sector entities. This is basically the approach to kind of enable ourselves across multiple channels of existence and still have a price point which will keep us moving in the right direction, keeping in mind the competition that are coming up. The second part is building an ecosystem of partners to navigate through the environment. And then I'm combining the third because I want to kind of move on to the example, developing a local alliance, cross-share the global alliance. So one of the best examples that I could think that would fit over here is the new Android smartphone that recently launched in India with 5G partnership with Jio. Now, for Google, the past year was all about renewed purpose and greater urgency, right? To our mission, because we wanted to make sure that we are making information accessible and useful. At a time, so many aspects of our lives and work are moving online. It's even more important to make technology accessible for everyone. So the goal is at the heart of our partnership with Reliance Jio. So we were able to help launch this partnership last year. It was one of the biggest equity partnerships that was done from Google's Google for India Digitization Fund. And the entire goal around this was to kind of drive a new affordable Jio smartphone, which was available at a low cost as well. So this is one of the go-to-market excellence stories that I thought would suit best when we think about digital evolution. Now, for Google, our work building for new users has been built for everyone. Starting for 2015 onwards, for the last 5 years, these are the number of products that have been able to reach the emerging markets. And each of these products has been able to drive so much of impact during these uncertain times. It is whether it be offline modes in YouTube and maps to AI that can help read kids in multiple languages. If you have not seen these, there's this app called Bolo, and it has launched in India. And it is an amazing app for underprivileged kids who are not able to read along. So Bolo can actually use Google Lens and read with the kids. And moving on to having apps that can protect your privacy on shared devices and the new user experience in Google Pay. So all of this was built keeping in mind that the emerging market is a growing market and has a lot of dynamic movement that can happen. So now, since we have spoken about the digital strategy, we'll move very quickly through how has digital transformation for products changed in the COVID world. The use of advanced technologies has led to innovation and transformation, and it has stimulated growth in the business ecosystem, which is great. But these technologies have had to move into a more modern approach. They have had to be more instant, more precise, more real time, because the transformation that has been requested or has been happening during the COVID times has been accelerated. Like there is such growth that is happening. So the growth that we are seeing in terms of digital transformations is so huge, and that has been accelerated at least 3 times just in the last 18 months. So while amid the COVID-19 pandemic cloud and internet technologies that are keeping our world running, and with social distancing in place, businesses across sectors are working remotely, right? And people are completely dependent on online services for their essential and non-essential needs. So to make this virtual world effective, efficient, and impactful, the demand of a more robust infrastructure is booming. So this is exactly what is happening from a transformation perspective. The more we are able to provision a better infrastructure and a better digital strategy, we are able to kind of make our businesses thrive in these times. So moving on to how do you become a digital sprinter? Now, this is a very Google-based term. In Google terminology, we call these emerging economies digital sprinters, because by becoming more digital, they have the potential to sprint ahead towards economic development. Keeping in mind the COVID-19 markets, emerging markets also have become the most exciting economies and greatest entrepreneurial energy in the global economy. Now, technology can be an astonishing engine of process. So in the best of times and the worst of times, we have seen that new technologies has helped lift over 1 billion people out of extreme poverty, right? So within this, what are these key areas that we should focus on when we are talking about becoming a digital sprinter? We should look at physical capital. So make sure that this is about digital connectivity and infrastructure. It's not just about investment, but also how infrastructure is managed. Human capital. Countries need a comprehensive approach to worker training, economic security, entrepreneurship, and to fight not just labor discrimination, something that's not mentioned here, there's gender discrimination as well. The third part is technology, increasing use of data, which should be basically the foundation of it, increasing use of data, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, which all of this will enhance the growth of the next generation technology, which means that new opportunities alongside these questions should be how best to harness these technologies. And that's what I'll touch on the last slide. And then competitiveness, policies that promote competitive and open markets and are able to look at these tax regimes that are predictable and based on international standards. So all these 4 areas need to be in place to kind of help you become a digital sprinter. Now, these are the 4 areas which needs to be identified and acknowledged while you're working on a digital strategy too. Now, so that was the thing that we realized in the positive side, right? Now, if companies are having digital transformation, they are growing, there's acceleration, great. Now, companies are growing, excellent. These services are moving online, great. Economy is growing, yes. However, with COVID, we have seen that there is a widening gap between people who benefit from the internet and the people who don't, right? So we asked new internet users how the coronavirus has affected them. And many told us that it's added to pressures that they feel already. At a time when essential services are increasingly moving online, it's becoming harder and harder for new users to access the internet in the first place. The combination of fewer jobs, lower income, and higher prices means that they are forced to ration their data. And on top of that, a lack of digital literacy means new users often struggle to take advantage of government financial aid, community resources, or even schooling. And when it comes to the virus itself, many of them find it hard to separate fact from misinformation or find reliable healthcare options. Not surprisingly, all of this is taking a toll on the new internet users' emotional well-being, and then we see this widening gap that is happening with the ability of the new internet users to stay online. Taking an example in Africa in particular, access reaches only 18% of households, and affordability remains a major obstacle. In addition to that, households who do not have access, many traditional sectors of the economy have not realized the gains from digitization here. So there's lack of education as well. And as COVID-19 accelerated, the reliance on digital solutions are increasingly at risk of being left behind. So to address these gaps and to ensure that digital transformation is happening, is driving inclusive growth, what is important? There are three key values that have to be kept in mind as we move forward in today's world. Education, which is something so important. It is the responsibility of every individual to make sure that we are in a well-educated and well-rounded, aware world. And one of the things that it can drive is to make sure that we are connecting people to the right resources. And one such example is Kormo Jobs. Now, Kormo Jobs was actually an app that was launched by one of my peers who is from Bangladesh. He identified the need for not having a Naukri.com or any such app which could help provide entry-level jobs. So this is very specific to entry-level jobs for people. And this app has now been expanded into India and Indonesia, and it's already playing a huge role in helping people find work when there's so much of unemployment scene that has happened in today's world. The second thing is economy. Now, economy is something that we can't support directly at the macro level, but at the micro level, things that can be done in the right direction is to kind of support the business that we are engaged with in a more concrete way by providing a better infrastructure with a very, very strong digital strategy. So one of the examples that I can think of over here is there's this NGO called Grassroots, which is a nonprofit-led literacy initiative, which is being driven across Southeast Asia. And the reason why this is such an important thing to drive the economy is because this is not just helping students or educating just kids. This is actually helping with education of all the small business owners on how to kind of grow and be able to thrive their businesses. And a similar example comes under ecosystem. The third is we have to build a supportive ecosystem around the new user. We should aspire every organization to build technology to prioritize inclusion. So something that we identified is an initiative, something like a design toolkit for digital confidence. to show how we can begin to change that, equipping the technology makers to build tools that are more intuitive for everyone, no matter what their circumstances are. So at the end of all of this, all I want to say is that it's the goal moving forward over here is definitely supporting companies with a strong digital strategy by providing business models. But eventually, we also need to keep in mind these bigger goals now, be more aware of these bigger goals around education, economy, and ecosystem, because that's what the last 2 years has been about. That's how we have been able to thrive in this situation. And the way I want to end this today's presentation is by showing you this video where Sundar Pichai spoke at a Singapore FinTech festival.
COVID-19 has accelerated the adoption of digital tools in 25 years. As a result, the Southeast Asian internet economy is on the verge of massive transformation. A recent report we did with MSF and Bain & Company shows that more than 40 million people in the region connected to the internet for the first time in 2020, 4 times as many as the year before. In addition, 1 in 3 digital services consumers are new to a service, like virtual learning or buying groceries online. And 90% intend to continue using that service post-pandemic. These digital trends aren't just happening in cities. In places like Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, more than half of first-time users are from outside metropolitan areas, which shows huge promise for closing the urban-rural digital divide. While COVID has accelerated the use of digital tools, it also exposed how many people are still left behind. From the 1.7 billion people around the world who are still unbanked, a huge portion of African households without access to broadband. To millions of women entrepreneurs who lack the same access to opportunities as the male counterparts. The question is, how can we use this moment to reimagine a more inclusive digital economy, one that brings the benefits of the internet to everyone? The answer is twofold. First, by accelerating progress in closing the digital divide, which means expanding connectivity, financial inclusion, and digital. Second, by deepening partnerships between governments and business, which means building on a new collaboration.
And thank you, everyone. I know we are running a little bit over time, so I have shared my email address. If you have any questions, please feel free to share it over email, but I'll just stay here for another minute to make sure I give a chance to anyone to speak.
Shweta, can we please see you on screen? Yeah.
Yes. Hi.
Anybody with any question? Okay, what we'll do is, if there are questions, we'll take them and forward it to you, and then
Sure.
maybe you can answer.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, and all the best for today. I'm right here.
Ma'am, this is Kedar Bhatt,
Yes.
faculty at CPIMR. I would like to thank you on behalf of CPIMR family. I actually envy our students, because when we were studying, we had no such facilities like where we can listen to someone working in an MNC based at some other country and having more than an experience of more than a decade. So benefits to the students. I'm sure they've learned a lot. Specifically, you talked about how a MNC looks at different markets, specifically how they plan for emerging markets, how they look at innovation. Then you also discussed about how to look at value, how to look at drivers and business models. So thank you very much for sharing your knowledge, sparing time. Thank you.
Definitely, it was a pleasure, and I'm more than happy to help offline as well. So thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you.
I'm gonna log out now.
Yeah, please. It's quite late. You can log out. Yeah, Kami, I believe our next speaker is also present. So we can
Okay,
proceed.
sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now heading towards the next speaker of the day, I would ask Hiral to welcome our next guest speaker.
Hello, ma'am. I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. Good morning to all. Today I am introducing Miss Neha ma'am Shah, General Manager in Torrent Pharma. Neha ma'am is General Manager, HR, Admin in Torrent Pharma. Neha ma'am is having a, varied experience in pharma and power industries. Neha ma'am is a HR having more than 14 years of experience in this field. In her professional career, she had led various roles in vertical of HR, sales, manufacturing, HR, and group level HR activities. Apart from her profession, reading, dancing, and traveling is her passion. Neha ma'am has done her graduation and post graduation in Kathak, classical dance as well. Today, she will share her insights to us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ira. Thanks for introducing me. So I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So I was just listening to Shweta. She was sharing her views about Google and how Google has developed various technology to take this virtual world and how to make helpful to others. Now, I was just remembering one advertising of Google Assistant. Recently, I have seen that uh, पता हो किससे बोलना है तो बोलने से सब होगा पूछने से सब मिलता है पता है कहाँ पे पूछना चाहिए बिना इमली के सांभर कैसे बनता है या व्हाट इज द साइंटिफिक नेम ऑफ गोल्ड फिश दैट्स अ गूगल एडवर्टाइजमेंट आई हैव रिसेंटली सीन and I realized that we are so much habituated to asking Google. Today, if my son wants any answer, he would also tell me, "Ki Mama, Google kar lo na." So we believe that Google has all the answers, and we used to work. I mean, we are so dependent on Google. But at one fine day, what happened probably in last February 2020 or rather January 2020, suddenly we have heard that COVID is there and we everyone had tried to Google it that how to survive in Google, how to survive in COVID, and unfortunately the answer was not available with Google as well because that was a time which was I mean, Google is COVID is something which is highly unprecedented. We, all of us of our generation, or even the our elders or our youngers, no one has never experienced COVID, and that was the biggest challenge as an HR professional. What we have faced that how to face this challenge because we were not knowing what is happening suddenly the entire scenario is changed and especially for the manufacturing industry like us. So as Hiral is introduced, I'm part of Torrent Pharma and Torrent Group rather. So Torrent Group as a whole, we are into pharma, power and gas business, and all of three are essential services. All of three are manufacturing kind of infrastructure and manufacturing industry, where presence of people is something which is highly required. You want people, you want people to be there, and then only the function operates. And suddenly one fine day we came to know that no, people would not able to come to office. They have to be, there is a lockdown, they would not able to come to office, and we were all were clueless. So when Anu has approached me and she asked me to share my views on challenges for HR in uncertain times. And that was really what we had realized, that what is uncertain time is. When we consider that today's challenge, probably one is that many HR people have never faced before. They are not, these challenges are not just complicated, but these are really complex challenges. So what is difference between complicated and complex? Probably complicated are a linear thinking. You have the answers available, but it may take time. You have to follow the process, you have to follow the system, and you can reach to the answer. But complex is something which is highly uncertain, unpredictable. You do not know the answer, and you do not know you do not have any SOP or guideline to reach to that answer. So that is what exactly what we all have felt in this last 1.5 years. We all have learned, we have all have learned how to survive in this phase. So if I start the first challenge, what HR has faced or HR is still facing, suddenly the entire paradigm has been changed. The priority of HR has changed. The first and foremost priority, which has now to us, is the mental health and well-being of employee and their safety. Suddenly, entire thing is rounding around only the safety of the employees. So, someone who is giving a production to our company, that fellow is not in a condition where he attend the office, and moreover he is in a critical condition. So suddenly what, and lot of stress, lot of negativity in the market, and that was really impacting the mental health and well-being of employee and their family. So lot of uncertainty, negativity. So what probably as an organization like ours or many others has started, we were continuously in touch with our employees. We were continuously, though we are working in office or we are not working, we are working from home, we were continuous 24 by 7, we were available for our employees, a continuous communication with them. We were giving them all kind of support in terms of medical help, support in terms of financial help, support in terms of, even at few places we had supported them in terms of the grocery food items as well. I just give you one example. Then our manufacturing plant, I mean plant was operational 24, as pharmaceutical is essential services, you cannot stop the plant because COVID is at one side, but all other illnesses at other side, and medicine has to be procured continuously, has to be produced continuously. And suddenly one fine day, I mean, there was a first case of COVID in our plant. And unfortunately, within a 24, within 48 hours, that case was a casualty. He passed away suddenly before anyone realized what happened. But with that episode, all the employees were frightened like anything. They were not able to understand what is happening. Not only employees, but most of the employees are staying in ready to give them food, provide them food as well. So what we try to do that, we have prepared the food in our canteen and we have sent people to deliver the food at that person's place. So that kind of roles we have played. So HR's role for
Neha ma'am. Neha ma'am.
I think there is some issue.
Yeah, so maybe I will just ask her to reconnect or something in that way. Wait. There is some problem, technical problems from her end. She will be rejoining in 2 minutes, so please wait. Students, please wait for some time. She is rejoining. There is some technical issues at her end.
Hi, I'm back.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm really sorry. I mean, there is some technical issues, and I'm really sorry. Sorry for this interruption.
Ma'am, perfectly.
Okay. Okay, so we were on we have played the role of everything, their family members, their service providers, their counselors, their medical officers, all kind of roles we have played. So that's about that. Even we have consulted few, I would say, psychologists who had helped them to come out of this depressing area. We have organized various talks for them. So that's one aspect. I think someone has removed me from the meeting, probably. Okay. So am I audible now? Priyanka,
Yeah,
Anu,
you're
am I
audible.
audible?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Very
okay.
much audible.
Thank you. Okay, so that's the first challenge. Then second challenge which had come to us was the balancing between health and productivity. So now what's happening, as I told you, that we are in the essential services, we are in the manufacturing site where we cannot afford to stop the production. But at the same time, employees were not in the state of attending the office, not they were not in the mental state of attending the office. They were so afraid because when something unknown comes to you, you always feel a fear of it. So COVID is something very much unknown to us. So people, their family members, everyone was so frightened. So people were not attending the office at all. They were afraid of coming to office. The office was start. So then we first 2 days were absolutely in firefighting. In within 2 to 3 days, we have devised the entire plan for the office. So social distancing is something we had to maintain. Now, when you are in a manufacturing industry, that too in a kind of a pharmaceutical or a power where a lot of assembly line products. So and in the same assembly line, 10, 15, 20 people are working, and you have to maintain social distance between all of them, between among them. So what we did at that point of time, we have divided the entire employees first into two groups. One is essentials and second is non-essentials. Non-essentials are the support functions. So wherever possible in all the support functions, we had given them work from home facility. So at least those many people were not attending office, we would get a little more space to other people to sit and spread out. Second, the essential people, we have divided them into three color badges: red, green, and blue. So there are the three color codes. So we have tagged them. This is the red people, this is the blue people, this is the green people. Red people, even canteen has been divided in these three areas. So this is canteen for red employees, this is for blue, this is also three canteens what we have started. All the washrooms, all the common facilities, even the walking path has been also bifurcated into these three areas. So what happened that uh, uh, chances of infection between these two group at least we can control. So suppose someone from red group, if we found then positive, so at least another two groups are, and we have to quarantine all of them, but then another two groups are still available who will keep the production and supply going. So in that way, we have divided entire facility, a lot of sanitization, a lot of cleanliness, hygiene, health, everything, the best possible to the best industry standard, what we have tried. We went to people's home. I mean, we personally called them. We brought them into the office. At few cases, that had also happened that some of the family members had visited the office, they because they wanted to ensure that their family member who is attending the office is safe here, right? So this has happened somewhere in the last May, April May month, and then slowly gradually people have started coming to office. They have started showing their faith nahi organization is taking good care of us, and then it would not be issue, we are safe here. एंड आफ्टर द 2 to 3 months वी हैव रिसीव द स्टेटमेंट्स लाइक कि घर से ज्यादा तो हमें यहाँ पे सेफ लगता है, बिकॉज यहाँ पे जिस टाइप का हाइजीन है, यहाँ पे जिस टाइप का सैनिटाइजेशन होता है, दैट्स एक्चुअली नॉट पॉसिबल एट अवर होम. So that is the second challenge what we had faced, and we tried to I mean everything, this is everything is experimental. हम सीख रहे थे, हम कर रहे थे और हम सीख रहे थे, कर रहे थे और हम सीख रहे थे. So third largest challenge what we had faced is the managing remote work. Actually, what we have faced just now, the technical issues. So when you were working in service industry, you still have all that luxuries that you can work from home, you are working at the remote places, and still you can give your inputs. But manufacturing industry actually was not prepared for this. So something what we were foresighting after 5 years ऐसा होगा कि हर कोई अपने घर से काम कर रहा होगा, और after 10 years it was the time, then there is a no like a office scenario, a work is your office, and suddenly it was just in front of us, and we were actually not ready for it, not even our IT infrastructure anywhere. So it's not about my group or it's not about any one group, but it is for everyone. So people were not ready. So third biggest challenge what we had faced is the managing this remote work scenario. So one is providing a proper IT infrastructure, second providing a proper administrative support, third maintaining their productivity when they are working at home. We all have faced that. There are a lot of distraction at home. There are no time limits. So in all this scenario, you have to ask them to work. You have to keep them engaged, and they have to continuously give their productions, give their inputs. So that is the third challenge. And yes, how did we achieve it? It's more from a collaboration. So probably IT, admin, HR, everyone, even head of the department, everyone had given their full inputs. I mean, they all have been involved. There were a lot of cross-functional teams had been prepared, and there were a lot of understanding which had been given for how to operate in a remote work area, how to operate in where you are not work from home scenario. A lot of presentations, lot of communication had been sent, do's, don'ts, this you should do, because this is kind of a behavioral change what you are expecting from people. When they are in office, they have to continuously wear the mask. That is the biggest challenge. We were not habituated to it. We are kind of people, especially in India, we are kind of people who would like to meet people, who would like to greet people, who would like to like a give hug, or intimate. We would like to be close to the people, and suddenly the scenario is like everything which we wanted to do, we love to do, now we are not going to do. No, you cannot come closer. You cannot have face-to-face conversation. All the meetings were on Microsoft Team only. There is minimal face-to-face conversation, no physical signing. Everything has changed suddenly. So that was probably the third biggest challenge what we are facing currently. Yes, we are trying to overcome that change, and we are probably succeeded in that. But yes, challenges are still there. Fourth challenge, what I would say as an HR people, we had faced is lack of agility. So this was the scenario. This is the crisis time where you have to be very agile, you have to be very adaptable, you have to be very open for change. So what happened usually, we as an HR, we draft one policy, we implement that policy, and till the time there is a time of revision or some really something happens, we don't change them, we even don't touch them. And this was the scenario where every day something new comes up. Every day government guideline was changing. Every day some new scenario comes up. Every day some new challenges were coming up. So there is lot of agility you have to show. You have to show आज अच्छा, आज हम इस हिसाब से काम करेंगे. Tomorrow we have to change our way of working. A day after tomorrow again we have to change our thing. And yes, everyone has played a good role in that, because they all wanted to work. So everyone has played a very good role in that. But then this lack of agility is something which was the challenge for us, and probably we were not ready for that challenge as well. Then the next phase has come, or probably in all these challenges, what has supported us is the consistent and continuous communication. So communication was the only channel which were probably tying everyone. We all were in the same thread because of this communication. So lot of mail communications, lot of verbal, telecommunications had happened, lot of team meetings had happened. Every day there is a meeting, every day there is one new guideline. So role of HR has changed from a strategy implementer to a strategy, probably a drafting communication, drafting presentations, sending to people, asking them to go through that. They were also adopting that communication, adopting that guideline. But yes, communication has played a really important role in this entire challenging area. So there were continuous updates regarding measures adopted by the organization, Then we have shared the links of external resources which were available, ongoing communication on HR policies, health talks and training sessions, communication, which were also helping people, which were really helping them. So those kind of consistent communication which has happened, and that has brought a culture of trust among the people, culture of, I would say, they were quite now confident that they would be able to develop, they would be able to deliver, and that kind of feeling had come. So probably if I summarize this entire scenario of uncertain time, why it was uncertain, because it was something which we were not prepared with, which was highly unprecedented, which was highly unpredictable. So if I summarize the major challenges what HR has faced during this entire time, I would say one is of course mental and health and well-being of employees and their family members, their safety. Then as an HR, you have to balance between the health and productivity, managing the absenteeism of the people, managing the remote work scenario, lack of agility, I would say, and then consistent direct communication and your availability. I mean, you have to help them in all the ways you could. But fortunately, this entire scenario has taught us a lot. Uh, when the first wave was there, we were not prepared, and that's why a lot of chaos. When second wave was there, though the gravity of that scenario was very intense, but yes, we were quite prepared with that. We were having the policies available, we were having the practices available. People have also by that time have become habituated of from the way of working, from the way of living, from the way of behaving. So behavioral change is something which really takes a lot of time, but fortunately we could we all have been adaptable, we all have been flexible, and we could really change with the time. So by second wave we all were ready, and now, when we are expecting a third wave, we really hope that there should not be a third wave. But if we are expecting the third wave, then probably we are more prepared. We feel that now we know what we want to do, we need to do, and how to do. So probably this uncertain time of uncertainty is now is little clear. It is giving us a little better picture, and people are ready with for fighting against it. So that's what I would say. I have tried to I would say view this entire with our real time example, what we have really done in this scenario. So that would give you a better idea. All of us are aware, we all have heard a lot, all we have, but what we have practically faced, that I tried to explain you. So now I'll keep the forum open. If anyone have any questions, anything related to not only this topic, but if you have any questions about HR, about any other industry, anything, I keep the forum open for it.
Ma'am, I would like to ask you one question. Like, being a female and being the general manager at such a big firm, like, what challenges you faced to handle, to have a work-life balance for you, like, I should say, because the time had been so challenging and you guys have done a lot of work, like.
Absolutely, absolutely. What's your good name, dear? I'm sorry, I
I'm
cannot.
Anu, ma'am. I'm Anu.
Okay. So, Anu, I would say when I had been promoted as a general manager in HR in Torrent Pharma, and that when I had been moved to manufacturing side, probably I was the first female GM HR of Torrent Pharma in the history of Torrent. Second, when it comes to manufacturing, you hardly find any female HR in the manufacturing side. Usually, we prefer to be in a corporate side or a R&D side, right? So, scenario is very different. And as you rightly said, how do you manage the work and life? So, probably the very important thing here in managing the work and life is support of your family. I would say that that's one area where you cannot compromise. Support of your family. If your family is supportive and you have a good support system available at home, be it probably your family members, be it probably your domestic help, anyone, but who was there to help you, you had been able to. Now, unfortunately, what happened, Anu, during this time, even that support system had also crashed. Domestic help was not available. They were also not coming to office. So yes, time has working time has increased like unlimited. There were no boundaries between personal life and professional life. But the sense of satisfaction which we were getting when when there were in March month, lot of COVID cases has increased like anything, and people were running around even for hospital bed, even for a oxygen cylinder. We had a good tie-ups with hospitals, and when we could help even one employee, and when their family members calls us, when their family members just to say us thank, that sense of satisfaction, that compensate your all the fatigues, your all the efforts which you had put. So probably I would say that you have to be strong physically and mentally. You should have a strong support system at your home, and of course work environment is such that where you could survive. So being a female, a little more challenges are there, but yes, everyone could able to survive, and everyone could able to perform during that time also.
Questions from the students? Any questions?
I think it
Ma'am,
is really
yeah, ma'am.
difficult for students also to this kind of symposium, and that to continuous virtual. I would also have loved if it would have been offline, meeting students, seeing them, having a face-to-face interaction with them, because these all are like barriers. I mean, you cannot connect with people through this virtual medium. I cannot see them, they cannot. I mean, this is, but then hats off to all the students and faculties, I would say. I used to say to my son's teacher as well that हम तो घर पे एक बच्चे को मैनेज करने में we are like, and you all are managing this 40 students in a class, 50 students in a class, and that too in this virtual environment where again you also have a family responsibility, and everyone of doing the top, which is really, I would say, hats off to all of you.
Yeah.
Any questions from students?
Yes,
Ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
One question is there. Kamya, please continue.
Ma'am, like from your point of view, what will be the HR will frame a shape in next 5 years? What trends will HR frame
So
in next 5 years?
one very important trend HR would have to follow, or would have, is a digital HR digitization, I would say. So till now, what was happening that now the time with this kind of hello, am I audible, Kamya?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So now the time is coming up. Probably digital HR is one scenario which we were expecting since last many years, but with this COVID scenario, it had become very evident that now it is very near. So you have to have one HRMS software, you have to have one HRMS, like everything has to be digitalization, where your dependency on people, your dependency on paperwork has to be minimum. So that's one very important area. I would see that in next 4 or 5 years, HR would have to frame. That's probably the first and foremost. So that's why a lot of HRMS tools are now available, like People Strong, or you can say SAP's the People Soft, People Strong. Then there is a Darwin Box. You have a lot of HRMS tool available, and the coming generation is digital HR generation. So that's one, I would say. Second is HR has to become more inclusive. A time is there when you have to become little more open and inclusive. So till now, what is happening that HR used to work in a very, and especially I'm saying about a manufacturing or a infrastructure HR, which is working with a very frigid mindset, very rigid mindset, that ये काम ऐसे ही होता है, आप घर से काम कर ही नहीं सकते. So now there is a opportunity, or there is a time which has come where you have to be flexible, you have to continuously change and evolve, you have to evolve yourself. So one is digital HR, second is the evolution of HR, and third, I would say you have to actually play, you have to come out of the role of HR and you have to actually play the role of a business partner. You have to be equally responsible for the top line of the organization. You have to be equally responsible for the bottom line of the organization as well. So probably these three things would change the entire HR scenario in next 5 years.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks, Soumya.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, my question is, in this COVID times, we saw that many employees lose their jobs, have sense of fear and afraid regarding their jobs. So, how you guys motivate your employees to, to feel safe that they are in a right track and they will cope up with all the situations?
Right, yes. So probably the one is by saying and second is by doing. One is by communication. You have to showcase all the actions or all the I would say all the steps which you were taking for the safety. So even as small as do you believe that we have designed one entire booklet that what are the steps as an organization we are taking for your safety, for your well-being. कितनी बार सैनिटाइजेशन होता है, कितनी बार यहाँ की हाइजीन के लिए हम क्या ध्यान रखते हैं, व्हाट आर द वर्क पाथ्स, व्हाट आर द at what capacity we are working at canteen, how the food is being prepared. So everything had become very transparent. We have showed them, we entire thing we have prepared and we have showed them that look, this is what we are doing for your safety and well-being, and that has instilled a sense of satisfaction in them. उनको लगा कि नहीं, yes, company is taking care. One is by saying and second is by doing. So whenever employee was in need, organization had stand with them. So be it a physical, be it a financial, be it a moral. So as I told you, we have even, I mean, we had arranged bed for them, we have arranged tiffin for them, we have arranged everything for them. People, some trainees who are staying alone here, so they were not, and suddenly lockdown had happened. They were not even getting their tiffin services. No one was allowed to come out. So we had taken a special steps for them as well. We have arranged a transportation for them to reach their home safely. So all kind of these steps. So it is not about only talking. You have to demonstrate what you are telling, and that only gives a sense of. I mean, then employees start trusting you. So today, I mean, as I told you, my employee says always tell to us कि घर से ज़्यादा हमें यहाँ पे safe लगता है, because they know how much we take care of them. So one is you have to communicate, and second is you have to demonstrate what you are communicating.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nati.
Ma'am.
Do we have anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. Before COVID, employees were working office, and after COVID, they were working work from home, right? So now they are coming to office. So what are the changes happening?
What are the changes happen in them, or what are the changes happen in organization?
Both.
So of course, I mean, changes happens in terms of even if you are attending the office, you are still working in silos. Still, we have not allowed them, any of them, to have a face-to-face interaction. Even if you are in office, you have to maintain some physical distance and everything is there. But what is important from their side, change their mindset. They all were habituated of working from home for 6 months, having quite relaxed time. Time and again, I would not say always, but yes, a lot of time saving was there. Your travel time was there. So first, we have to put efforts to bring all of them to back to that office wala culture. No, now the office has started. You have to coming back 9:30 to 6:30 wala routine shuru ho gaya. So one, we have to change their mindset. Yes, fortunately, it was 5-6 months. People were very excited to come back to the office, and they have that trust factor. No, organization has taken good care of us, and we would not be still. But yes, they initially there were resistance, but within 15 days, within 30 days, we could overcome that resistance and things have started become normal. But still, we are working with lot of restrictions. We are working in still we are working to the extent possible in virtual environment. Still we are not allowing them to sit in a group. Even while they were going to canteen, they have to eat alone. I mean, we have one table for one person. So earlier, what we all used to share, that we used to share our tiffins. We used to have, I mean, canteen time is the best time to have chit chat. So all that have been stopped. So yes, it is hectic. It is not easy, but yes, they are doing it. I mean, not major difficulties. I would not say it's a major shift for them. Both the ways they are comfortable.
Okay. Ma'am, thank you so much. I, on the behalf of entire CPMI fraternity, would extend a formal vote of thanks to you. Ma'am, indeed, it was a pleasure having you here. But I wish we could have you, I mean, on an offline session where we could have personally met with each other. So with the students, I am very sure you would admire a lot of our students because you have been the first lady GM in Torrent Pharma. So that itself is an admiration, and the practical insights which you have shared, because you know how actually Torrent has gone extra mile to make their employees comfortable to feel at home, which cannot come without creativity and without having empathy. So thank you so much, ma'am, and looking for such forwarding enriching sessions in the future also, ma'am. Wishing you
Absolutely, I
here.
would be available for offline sessions as well. As and when even any students need my help, you can share my mail IDs with them. I am always available. Of course, some of your faculties, I mean Priyanka, with whom
Yeah.
I had spent a lot of good time. With me and Priyanka have actually started working together in Torrent. We
Yeah,
both
ma'am. That is how I got your reference actually.
We spent a lot of good time in the canteen as well, of course.
absolutely. So those times, yes, Priyanka, those were the times.
Yes.
So, of course, Priyanka has my all the connects, and even Anu ma'am has all the connects. If anyone need any kind of support, I'm always available. Not only from HR aspect, but any other aspects as well. Anytime.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm looking forward for the future, a long-term
Thank you.
association, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Priyanka. Thank
Yeah,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you, Neha. Thank you so much.
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank. Bye, Kamya. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kamya, I think we have our next speaker also with us.
Okay, ma'am. So now heading towards the next speaker of the day, I would like to ask Shreya to welcome the next guest speaker.
Mr. Samir, an alumnus of MSU, Baroda and Sardar Patel University. Mr. Rai has never worked for others in his life. He has never always been an entrepreneur. Establishing the Charisma Group in 1999 in Baroda with 3 employees, he later grew his operations to 4 cities and more than 150 employees. From preparing students for competitive exams to delivering technical training and engineering consultancy in chemical and mechanical engineering in Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, and Middle East, Mr. Rai has done it all. He is currently based in New Zealand, where he has launched a venture in document solutions management, besides getting a license as a business broker. Most interestingly, Mr. Rai is currently pursuing a degree in law from the University of Waikato, and he will be speaking on the changed entrepreneurial landscape after COVID-induced lockdown.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can everyone see my slide?
We cannot see the slide. Slide नहीं दिख रहा.
I'll just.
It is visible. अब दिख रहा है. अब दिख रहा है.
दिख रहा है? Just.
Yeah, it is visible now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for providing this opportunity to share my experiences, especially with respect to COVID-19 and its impact on New Zealand business. To be very frank, when I was listening to everyone, Neha and Shweta earlier, and to be very frank, the numbers are simply astonishing. I believe Torrent Group must be having close to around 12,000 to 15,000 employee. That's the Torrent Group, size of the Torrent Group. And I was just calculating the statistics, and I realized that there are approximately, we have approximately around 43, 44 towns or cities in New Zealand. And 33 of the towns have population, ranging from 10,000 to 100,000. That is 1 lakh. So that's our size like. And the total population of New Zealand is just 5.5 million, which is approximately, you can say, around 55 lakhs. That's it. And so this is the size. So we are a very small country. And it's basically like, the impact, if you look at the numbers, how many people got affected in during COVID, it's not much. But, maybe because the country being very small, the policymakers, the government took some very harsh steps in the earlier phases itself, because they knew that being of a smaller size, it's going to be very tough to contain it, and the damage is going to be immense. So I'll very quickly take you through, what's, how exactly things happened in New Zealand and what was the impact on business. All right. Can everyone see COVID-19 timeline in New Zealand? If I can have one confirmation from anyone?
Yes, sir.
Oh, great. Just wanted to make sure. I'm so sorry, actually, I'm more of a Zoom person, so I'm using Microsoft for the first time. So yeah, there's a reason, I just wanted to confirm it. Well, so this is the COVID-19 timeline in New Zealand. And, 28th February 2020, this was the first time, first COVID-19 case was reported over here. And I won't go into the details, but 25th March 2020, we basically moved to alert level 4. And the entire nation goes into self-isolation, and a state of national emergency was declared. To be very frank, that means everyone was not allowed to step out of home. You were allowed to step out of home for a walk near your residence. You can definitely but you have to always ensure minimum 2 meters distance. If someone, someone is taking a walk, you're just crossing that person. So you have to ensure that the minimum 2 meters distance is maintained, and people really followed it. Now, the impact on business this was alert level 4 lockdown, which was everything was closed except the essential services. So we talked about health services, the food industry, and some of the logistic companies. So they were allowed to operate, and rest everyone closed down. Then there was something called alert level 3 as well, where there is a restriction. So restriction on the number of people who can gather. No restaurants can operate. Only, the takeaway joints can operate. That is, the delivery services can be done, but you can't really go inside the restaurant. Then there was alert level 2, reduce. And currently, even as of now, today, we are in alert level 1. That means we have to be always ready for any kind of outbreak. Luckily, in New Zealand right now, since last few months, there has been not a single case of community transmission. So when I say community transmission, that means people who are in New Zealand are not infecting each other. But yes, there are people who are the citizens or the residents who are coming from overseas. They are being tested regularly. There is a compulsory 14 days quarantine, and they have to stay in a government managed isolation facility, and they are tested 2 or 3 times. And there, yes, we have some cases, but that is contained in a specific area. So just giving you a background that this is what happened, and this is, this is how the New Zealand business basically faced it. Now, most of the businesses over here, you'll be surprised that in a population of 5.5 million, 55 lakhs, we have total number of 550,000, that is 5,50,000 companies are registered in New Zealand. So this is a place where the small businesses are quite a large number. Now, when there are a lot of, small scale businesses, the impact on profit and loss account was severe. Because, if you're not doing any business, especially in a country like New Zealand, where if you don't make your payment on time, straight away, you go in the receivership. That is, if you're unable to make the payment, I can file a statement of claim against that company and force that company into liquidation. That these are the rights which everyone has on each other. So you can't default on payment. Now, what happened was the negative impact was on sales, wages, the lease, as we call it, like the rents, basically, equipment rents. Lot of people don't really, own the equipment. They basically lease it. The utility expenses, insurance, the subscriptions, and there were so many other expenses. These were fixed expenses which were paid regularly to the suppliers, but you are not getting any income. So it was a zero income. To be very frank, 90 to 95% of the business would have collapsed. But here the government steps in. And they said, look, let's go step by step. And the first step is, because it's a complete lockdown, we are going to support, first of all, we are going to support the wages, people who are employed. So if you are employed, the government is going to pay every business, for every person, $585 per week. And this was paid for approximately 16 weeks to the businesses. And the businesses cannot hold that amount because that figure was made public. And the business responsibility is to disburse that amount to the wage holder, that is the employees. You have to do it. There is no way you can hold that amount. And for lease and for equipment lease, government gave some amount, not major, but they said like, okay, fine, we are going to give you some aid, which you don't have to return it, but you'll get some money and at least ensure that you keep on making payment to the different suppliers, ensure that you keep the money rolling. And I think most of the small businesses over here, we did that. And that's the reason how we survived. Now, someone asked me once, what has been the positive impact? Well, the positive impact was that, a lot of us were sitting idle at home, doing nothing, and plenty of time to introspect and think for some deeper questions regarding life. That's it. This is the only, and it has its, as Neha initially mentioned, that the mental well-being was a big question mark during these lockdown periods. And especially, with so much of government support and everything, still people were struggling. There were a lot of cases of, unfortunately, suicide. People did not die because of, because I think in New Zealand, we lost 26 or 27 people where deaths were attributed to COVID-19. But we lost more people, unfortunately, because of suicide. And that was a sad thing, because that should not have happened. But yes, sometimes these factors are very important. But, the business, the show must go on, as we say, and people basically waited for it to basically, once the lockdown is over, the business comes back to action, we'll see what next to do. So critical impact on revenue and operations. The moment, we came to level 3 and level 2, and when the businesses opened up, we realized that the traditional product and services simply vaporized. I'll take my personal example, we are into document solutions, and we are also into printing. We do a lot of job for the council, especially the city councils, and especially the construction plans and all those stuff. Now, what used to happen is, if there is one project, there are going to be, close to around thousands of pages of printing, and it's proper indexing and submission to the council. We do this on behalf of the clients. Because of COVID, the rule became no physical paper, no physical documents needs to be submitted, because chances of the virus transmission is high. So let's digitize everything. So a lot of digitization happened. So definitely our traditional product and services simply vaporized. We realized that, where we used to have a revenue of approximately, I'm just giving you a rough idea, a revenue of approximately, like $100,000 every month, that revenue reduced to straight away $10,000. So there was a 90% dip in that particular traditional products and services. And imagine the impact on everyone else, the whole supply chain management, the paper supplier, like everyone got impacted because of that. Talking about, like importance of biology and hygiene, that suddenly became, of paramount importance. I believe half of my life, like to be very frank, if I calculate the number of times I have washed my hands and I've cleaned my hands in last 1.5 years, I believe if I calculate the rest of my life, I have not really done that so much. But yes, suddenly and it's not me, I believe everyone has done it. Everyone is careful. Everyone is, like afraid of touching the surfaces and, again, touching back your face. So you just want to be careful. The whole logic changed. If you are in a business, you have to ensure that when the clients walk in, these things are taken care of and the clients are confident about your workplace. Otherwise, few of the clients can just walk out and they'll say, no, we don't feel safe and we don't want to do business with you. And it happened. It did not happen with us, but it did happen with a couple of businesses which we know. Then the borders closed in New Zealand. Tourism, education, hospitality industry, they were severely hit in New Zealand. Now you'll be surprised that, like tourism contributes approximately $35 billion. $35 billion to New Zealand economy every year. And imagine the borders are closed and borders are still closed as of now. So imagine $35 billion has straight away been taken away from this particular economy. That has got a very severe impact on our GDP. Then we talk about, like education sector. A lot of our universities, because in New Zealand, we have got major, I think, I'm so sorry, just pardon me if I'm not exactly correct, but I think we've got 6 or 7 universities total. And all of them we are in QS World Ranking. We are in top 500. The contribution of approximately, like the international student fee is approximately $5 to $6 billion. That stopped completely. No students are allowed as of now. They are not allowed. Most of the students who took admission, they were allowed to basically continue on the basis of online education. But no visit to the country, they're simply not allowed unless and until you are not a resident or a citizen of this country. And hospitality again. So these were the very critical impact on the overall revenue and operations. And when we are talking about, leave aside education, but when we are talking about tourism, hospitality, we are talking about small scale businesses. And the impact was severe. And the whole culture is because this is a small country. So, like people would always like to visit your place, talk to you, have face-to-face conversation, and then, do business. Like COVID-19 changed everything. People were basically scared to come in contact. They don't want to face you. Most of the time it's online. Well, there is a plus side as well. We'll talk about it. And spending behavior suddenly people became more cautious. They said, well, government is giving us fund, but let's spend money wisely. So definitely the impact on, like spending is there, so definitely, like impact on the businesses, the obvious factor. But does these things happen that, the moment these challenges were posed to us as small New Zealand businesses, a lot of innovation happened. And I think, Shweta also talked about it. And even I think Neha talked about it, how the digitization in HR is going to happen. Here also it happened. Digitization. and the quick service. I don't know whether you guys are aware or not, but like if you want to open a company in New Zealand, you will take approximately maximum, I think, 1.5 hours, and that's it. And the company, I'm talking about a limited company. A limited company can be opened just in 1.5 hours. This is a very on higher side. So this is the kind of, like we have the typical advantage of digitization in the New Zealand economy. I talked about the wage subsidy, and sometimes I remember, like, because I was operating business in India, and for getting our income tax refund, I'm talking about the company. Today, the things have changed a lot in India, but I'm talking about, say, between 2010, 11, that kind of time, 10 years back. The income tax refund will take approximately 1.5 to 2 years. You'll be surprised here, once you file the return, and 99.99%, if everything is all right, you will be getting your refund in 24 to 48 hours, not more than that. And if you don't get it in 24 to 48 hours, that means something is wrong with your return, and you should basically check it with the income tax department over here, which is called as IRD, Inland Revenue Department. So these are like, mode of delivery of services and product evolved. Like suddenly we started talking about, like digitization. A very interesting case, the courts over here, especially the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, they said, we are not going to take any physical documents now. You need to file your case. If you're coming to Court of Appeals or Supreme Court, do it digitally. And when we say digitally, it's not just creating PDF out of it. We are talking about running host of services on that, do the text recognition, and then, like enhance the image and ensure that, like you index it properly, create a hyperlink so that, like you can, on the basis of index, you can jump to the different. I'm sure a lot of you as a student must be using these facilities. Trust me, that became an industry over here. So people are like, a lot of legal firms are now using those services over here. New product service offering, 3D printing suddenly started, like, picked up a lot in small country like New Zealand, because we are basically a import driven country. We don't manufacture at all except the dairy products. That's it. We don't even manufacture. We don't have any manufacturing facility of cars or spare parts, nothing. We import everything. Now, what has happened is, well, like there is a small spare part which I need to basically replace. But because there is a disturbance in the supply chain, 3D printing has picked up over here. They said, well, let's say if it's a small component, if there is a drawing available, I'll do my own thing and I'll ensure that my work keeps on doing it. So that became a kind of a new, like business model over here for a lot of players. Major shift from offline to online orders. We never assume, because in New Zealand, majority of the populations are seniors. When I say seniors, they are 60 and above, and they are not very comfortable with, like using the online technologies. I think, if you remember, like Shweta was talking about it, that, like how the lot of section of population, she talked in terms of Africa and a lot of developing countries or underdeveloped countries, but even in developed countries, there is a major section of population which is not comfortable using, computers or using smartphones. So, but then that shift happened. People started learning. The sale of iPads, the smartphones, the laptops, the computers, that went up. People started placing online order, and like they started getting these kind of stuff, training themselves on these platforms just to do shopping, because like there were a lot of places where like you can just do the online thing, get the products delivered at your place, and especially the people who are very senior, who are 70, 75 years of age, they don't want to step out of home and stand in the queue to enter in any kind of like grocery store. Then automation of processes. I won't talk about that, but it's self-explanatory. Then outsourcing became unreliable and unstable, especially in New Zealand. What has happened is a lot of businesses failed as well. They closed down. And here, what happens is a lot of small businesses are dependent on other businesses. And like I'll do one activity, I'll send it for processing to another place, they will do it, and then it comes back to me. Now that particular link is gone because they are out of business now. Now I'm suddenly which the products and services which I used to offer to my clients before COVID, I'm unable to do it right now. So that extra investment has to be done, or find out some new players who can do this particular job for you. Focus got totally redefined. If you look at the focus that got totally redefined, where we said, absolute reliance on international market, that diminished substantially. So here, we said, well, there's not going to be any education. There is not, the students are not coming over here. There are no tourists who will be there. So what do we do? So, well, our Prime Minister talked about, how about you visit your own backyard? And the idea was, look, there are beautiful places in New Zealand. Now she's talking only to the Kiwis right now. And how about, you start visiting it? So yes, people obliged. They said, yes, we have to visit somewhere. We were traveling to Australia. We were traveling to London. We were traveling to India, being of Indian origin. Yes, every year or every once in 2 years, we'll be definitely traveling to India. We are saving that kind of money. Now we are spending it by traveling in New Zealand itself. So yes, that particular thing happened and we started focusing on domestic market. So definitely exploring domestic market in a 5 million market. So that started happening. Overall, still it's a cautious approach. Businesses are still scared. They don't know what will happen tomorrow. But well, we are taking it one day at a time. Let's see what happens. Focus is on cost control. You don't want to invest. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of new equipments which are available quite cheaper than what it was available 1.5 to 2 years back. But still, you are a bit cautious. You don't want to do it because you don't know what exactly is going to happen after 3 months. Controlled investment in new project. Government trying hard to bring in plenty of new projects, but again, it's a big question mark. And the future ahead. Unfortunately for New Zealand, as our ministers have made it very clear, international borders are going to be closed till early 2022. Now, it all depends on if everything subsides. There is no third wave, and there is no further wave after that. Let's hope it should not happen, but yes. Passage to Australia was open. We said, okay, fine, you don't need to quarantine if you're traveling to Australia and coming back. But because Australia is again having a Delta variant, so we are closing it again. And I think today is 29th. From tomorrow onwards, we are closing our borders again with Australia for 8 weeks. So that means no more travel from New Zealand. Business mood is temperamental, like when we talk to our fellow business, associates, and we say, how's the business over there? And they'll 1 week they'll say, oh, it is doing pretty well. And other week is, well, this week was flat and nothing. And to be very frank, as a businessman, as employees, we don't like these kind of uncertainties because you need some assurance, some guarantee that things are going to improve. Thin line structure for business. Lot of jobs have been lost. Universities, no full-time employees were let to go. They were all, their jobs were safe. However, most of the universities were relying on a lot of part-time workers, the contractual workers as we call them, especially in the teaching areas. And because there are no international students, so what has happened is, just to give you an idea, every year there are approximately 125,000, that is 125,000 international students who come from overseas to New Zealand for studying different kind of courses. Now that's the number. So imagine the staff required for that kind of number. Now you don't have these kind of numbers, so a lot of contractual staffs were let to go. I was talking to a few of the university people, and they said approximately 30 to 40% of the contractual staff, their contracts have not been renewed. Now, the government says we have not fired anyone, but the contract also has not been renewed. That means they have basically lost their job. So thin line structure for business. And finally, I would like to say, breathe, work, and stay alive till normalcy. And above all, keep your spirits high. Trust me, this too shall pass. This too shall pass, and it's a matter of time. We just need to ensure that, like we should be there to see the bouncing back, and then we should be able to do well. Thank you. Any questions?
Samitji, I have a question. I read somewhere that the average time taken to clear any proposal is around 1 day in New Zealand. Is that true? And how do they achieve that?
Yeah, it is. It is. I think it is because of a lot of digitization and the transparency in the government department. It's so high that I'll give you an example. A government prior to this, so one of the minister had to resign, and I'll give you the reason, but please don't laugh. She visited China. She had a lunch with one of the Chinese businessmen, which she failed to disclose in New Zealand. And when the press pointed it out, the Prime Minister was forced to basically ask for resignation of that minister, and she resigned. So that is a transparency level in this country.
When you started your this document solution business, how much time did it take you to start over there? Because you started a something similar in India also. आप दोनों compare करोगे, क्या difference लगा आपको?
Oh, it was like, to be very frank, in India, I still remember like in 1999, we registered our company, we converted our proprietary company to private limited company. And that took us, during that time, around 3 to 4 months.
Okay.
Here, it's a matter of few hours. You just choose the name. And you don't need any experts into doing it. I remember like in India, I had to go to company secretary. I think I went to my chartered accountant, and he helped me out with the help of company secretary. But here you don't need a chartered accountant. There's a website called, if the students are interested just to like do the academic research, it's companies.govt.nz. It's companies.govt.nz. It's a government's website. You can find out about every company. You can do the registration. You can pay your fees. Everything is online. You just need a credit card and your own user ID and password over there. That's it.
So basically, a single window.
It's a single window. Yeah. You fill up one form, and which goes to Inland Revenue Department. So like we get our PAN number in India. Here we get the IRD number. And the same IRD number is my GST number, goods and services tax number. So what I do is I normally fill up the form and I say, this is my IRD number and this is my GST number. And the IRD makes a note of it. And that's it. Any other question? Anything? Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, anybody else? Any questions? Is entrepreneurship? Abhi aap logon ka khatam hua hai course. Anything you want to ask?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sir, I have a query. Actually, I want to know that how digitalization has improved the governance system in your country and how it is different from India. What is the difference you found in a governance system?
Yeah. I believe the biggest difference what I find, because I've been an Indian businessman before and then I became a Kiwi businessman, the biggest difference what I feel is I can question a government authorities over here. That's the biggest thing. If IRD says, hey Samir, you have defaulted on this particular thing and this is the penalty. And if I tell them that, look, I'm not really convinced with this, on what basis you are doing it, they'll basically review it. And when I say that, look, this mistake has happened, but it's a genuine mistake, I missed on this particular date. And trust me, the first instance, the penalty is written off. The penalty is just written off. And they say, next time, please be careful. And I think digitization has helped because, like every document has been digitized now. So every entry is digitized, every data is recorded. So when every data is recorded and it is available to everyone, there are no chances of kickbacks or any kind of arrangement. I don't want to really say that, well, because I left India in 2013. And I've got my friends in Confederation of Indian Industries. He's at a very senior position. He's at a director level. And I was talking to him. The way things have happened currently in India has changed a lot. Because, when we are talking about income tax in India, we are talking about faceless scrutiny. So faceless scrutiny will basically solve this problem. I remember, when we had our service tax audit, it was face to face. And in India, in Indian business, as an Indian businessman, well, our records were very clear and we got a clean sheet from service tax department. But the first thing was, like the questions which we are asked as by the inspectors is, sir, chipaya kya hai, wo bataiye. Now, to be very frank, we said, so look, whatever is there in front of you. But, I believe that's a thing, these questions arises when there is a face-to-face conversation. When it's a faceless interaction, trust me, corruption will be gone by 90 to 95%. And be rest assured, there'll be 5% creative people who are there in every sort of economy. So this is how it has definitely helped New Zealand. I think it is helping India as well these days.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Right, I believe there are no more questions.
Yeah, no.
Sumitji, thank you very much for your presence. I believe it is quite late at night over there.
Yeah, no, it's 7:30 in the evening. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. But nice talking to all of you.
It was a pleasure hosting you. I've had the privilege of working with you for around 10 years or more. And whatever I've learned about entrepreneurship, आपके साथ काम करके सीखा है. So again, getting the chance to hear you was a pleasure. And I don't know, but next time you're in India, then let's see if we can work out something ताकि आप एक बार campus में आ सको, visit कर सको.
Oh, definitely. That will be a pleasure. Yeah.
Right, sir. On behalf of all of us here at the CPIMR, thank you very much once again and hope to meet you soon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
The 1:30 we will be starting. So join by 1:25.
So here we take a break of half an hour.
Yeah,
And
Kamya.
yes, ma'am.
So we actually gather back by 12:25. I mean 1:25, right? Because
Okay,
1:30 we start the session. So everybody will have to probably get back by 1:25.
Okay, ma'am.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Chalo. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Neha Kabra, please mute yourself, please.
Hello.
Hi, Kingshuk.
Hey,
Good
hi.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're visible, you're audible.
I'm visible and I'm audible. Thank you. But I can't see anybody.
Link.
That's great.
Videos are switched off. I'll let you see each other.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Thanks, Subhashish, for.
We'll take 5-6 minutes and we'll start, okay?
Okay, take your time.
Yeah.
Let me know when you start.
Sure.
सर ने हाँ बोला था क्वेश्चन नहीं किए गए लेकिन ऑनेस्टली बट मैं कर सकती सर ने हाँ बोला तो क्या मतलब बात करें हमें क्या करना है तो या तो हम इंटरव्यू क्या करते हैं फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट टीम जो है ना मैं सुभाषिश सर Kamya?
Yes, ma'am.
We can start. We have Mr. Kingshuk on the meeting, so we can start now.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. So now heading towards the next speaker of the day, I would like Reena to welcome our next guest speaker.
is there.
Can you welcome?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. This is Krina Pandya. I'm here to introduce Mr. Kinshuk Chakraborty, an alumnus of Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani and Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. Mr. Chakraborty is an investment banker, capital placement, and project and structured finance specialist having more than 23 years of post-MBA professional experience in the field of project and structured finance and distribution across sectors with international export and Middle East. He has completed over 200 deals with aggregate value over the US dollar 10 billion. He has worked with some of the leading names in the sector such as SBI Capital Markets, ICICI Bank Limited, Rabo India Finance Private Limited, Bank Muscat SAOG, Yes Bank, and ANB Capital Advisors Private Limited. He is currently the managing partner at PRP Professional Aged Associate Private Limited, based out of India's financial capital city, Mumbai. Mr. Chakraborty will be speaking on the structuring project finance in uncertain times.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I have a very, though I'm speaking on structuring project finance, I have a very unstructured agenda. I would like to know from you, if at all you have any expectations from this lecture. Otherwise, I'll start the storytelling session on my own. Anyone, please? Oh, I understand it's a difficult period after lunch.
If I can speak on their behalf.